The House Appropriations Subcommittee on Labor and Economic Opportunity will come to order. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll today?
Chair Jenkins Arnold. Here. Representatives Robinson.
Present.
Van Workum.
Here.
Cavett.
Here.
Martis.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have all members present. You do have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Rep. Van Workum moves to approve the minutes of the August 19th meeting. There being no objections, the meetings are approved. I just want to apologize for the delay. We're still working on getting our packets together, but in the essence of time, we wanted to get moving. We do have caucus at 1 today, so want to make sure that we have some of the projects under our belt this morning. So I appreciate you being here and your patience. We are going to be limiting testimony to 3 minutes. I'm sorry for the short amount of time, so if you can, make your comments succinct, that would be great. So without further ado, I will call Representative Farhat forward for his project with Access, and their project name is Innovation Center. So go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, and everybody for being here on October 1 to be talking about these very important projects. Access is one of the nation's leading organizations committed to offering services directly through the communities that they serve. The Innovation Center will be a centralized agency that focuses on educational, training, and research all under one roof. This will not only serve educators, students, entrepreneurs, and community members across Northeast Detroit and Dearborn, but it will lend itself to greater efficiency and collaboration between Access's different programs. The building, which was purchased last year, is located directly adjacent to the Arab American National Museum on the city's primary bus line, which runs along the Michigan Avenue corridor linking Detroit to East Dearborn. The Access Innovation Center will serve as a hub for their agency's critical education work generated by Access's Youth and Educational Department and the National Network for Arab American Communities. The new center will house offices, classrooms, and workshops, spaces designated for entrepreneurial programming, as well as community spaces for gatherings and events. This project will help offer immense benefit to students and educators year-round, emphasizing STEM skills and career technical training that can help benefit the city and the area for years to come. And that this project also, I will say, is a partnership that the city of Dearborn and others are working very closely with them on.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Representative Farhat. Talk to me a little bit about if you weren't to get this funding, how would this proceed, and talk about, because it's obviously a great program, but talk about if this doesn't happen.
No, I appreciate that question. It's been clear that this is a large endeavor for Access to take on. The property they've purchased is an old bank. It has, if you've ever been inside an old bank, there's a lot of work that's got to get done to bring it to standard. And it's been clear that without assistance from the state, this is a project that could potentially never materialize. Albeit there is strong support from the community and strong, support from the donor community. This is one of those issues where, there's a real public need that we ought to be filling in, especially on this critical bus line, this critical corridor here.
And could you go a little bit more in depth about the training materials and resources?
Yeah, so Access is partnered up with Michigan Works. They've partnered up with local universities and other qualified entities to partner up on delivering, whether it's ELL to making sure that folks can learn English properly. We want them to learn English. We want them to be able to speak English, right? So we do that, whether it's helping young kids who are in the STEM field continue to pursue that profession with after-school support and resources and even life science modeling. All of that is designed to be a space so that we're able to prepare folks to be successful, but also that we're collaborating in those spaces with all these synergies, because Access does do so much work with Michigan Works, the University of Michigan, Wayne State, so many different partners that are local. So putting them all under one roof just allows those services to be delivered so much more efficiently.
Thank you, Chair.
Other questions? My question, you said that a bank is located on that now.
Yeah.
So will you be tearing the building down or renovating the building, or?
I believe they're going to be gutting the building to renovate the building, rather.
Okay.
To try and, it's cheaper to do that than to actually get it out. The hard part, and I know this, and they haven't said this, but I'm just, if you've ever been inside an old bank, You have those big vaults in the base. It's kind of cool to see them, but those things are heavy. Like that's like a feat by itself to remove. And so I don't know what their plans are, but I know their plans are to renovate that building.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, we're good. Thank you so much. And yeah, if you want to stay right there, we have your next project is Michigan Professional Firefighters Union, Professional Firefighters Training.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Wow. All right. The Michigan Professional Firefighters Union. This is a great one here today as well. So the Michigan Professional Firefighters Union is seeking funding to organize a functional training seminar dedicated to advancing the skills and knowledge of career firefighters across the state. This initiative aims to equip firefighters with the latest tactics and modern strategies essential for effective emergency response and mitigation. With the pause at the National Fire Academy, this will help fill in the gap for training. The objectives are outlined as follows. 1, training excellence. Provide comprehensive training sessions led by experts in modern firefighting techniques. 2, statewide collaboration. Fostering collaboration among firefighters from various departments to share experiences and best practices. 3, skill advancements to enhance the skills of career firefighters to improve overall effectiveness and preparedness in emergency situations. Hands-on training from national leaders in the fire service on topics such as forcible entry, ventilation, thermal imaging, command operations, and more. The funding will be allocated as follows, that the requested budget will be used to support the following logistics, whether that's venue rentals, travel and accommodation for presenters and participants, training materials and resources, and outreach for maximum participation. Investing in the training of our career firefighters will not only improve their individual capabilities, but also enhance the safety and well-being of the communities they serve across Michigan. This funding will help ensure that our firefighters are well prepared to tackle the challenges of modern-day firefighting and emergency response.
Okay, any questions, Rep. Cavett?
Yep. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Rep. Farhat. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you,
I live
Representative.
in a very rural area, and we have a lot of volunteer fire departments. But one of our points of pride is in Alpena and Alpena Township. We do have professional firefighter services and union members. Is there another facility like this around the state, or is this the only one? Is this like the first, or is there currently a service center that they're updating, or could you elaborate a little bit more about that, please?
Yeah, my understanding is that what's unique about this, and if folks are here that want to maybe build off of it, but is that they want to be able to bring this training to these different pockets of firefighters. So they go around and they actually get closer to where membership is and bring the training closer to them. That's why you see in the budget they're asking for venue rental spaces and even travel accommodations to make sure people can get out there. Because we do, I'll just say this, I think I can speak for all of us, we want to make sure we have the highest standard possible for our first responders. I mean, these guys put their lives on the line every single day. You know, I've carried that kit they wear, those firefighters, like 60, 80 pounds. Running up a flight of stairs, I mean, it's impressive they do that. And so I think what they're trying to do is address that issue you're identifying, and that's bring it closer to people so they can participate and get engaged and get the best training possible.
Thank you, Rep. Thanks, Chair.
Other questions? Rep. Martis? Okay, I was just curious. So is this a one-time training seminar, or is this something that they want to have other, going forward as well?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, I think they'd like to potentially see this program continue, and right, we want to make sure we're always training our firefighters and modernizing their efficiencies, modernizing their best practices, making sure that they're at the top of the game, right, top of their expertise. But I think right now this ask was a one-time ask. That we invest in getting our firefighters up to that standard and do just across-the-board training and modernization of their best practices.
Okay, because I was going to ask if it was ongoing, what your plan was for sustainability on that. So,
well, hopefully they achieve good results and we're able to come back to us and make the case.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. No other questions. We'll move on to your next project, which is Michigan Regional Council of Carpenters and Millwrights and Schools to Tools.
Yes, thank you. The Schools to Tools. Okay. Schools to Tools mobile field trip is used to expose middle and high school age students to the building trades and apprenticeship opportunities. It travels school to school from Southeast Michigan, Mid-Michigan, West Michigan, and the UP, and has reached more than 24,000 students in the year and a half it's been on the road. This grant will enable the continuation of this impactful program, expanding educational opportunities for students and supporting our trade sector. This funding will also be used to reach school teachers and school counselors to help them receive professional development relevant to CTE programs, jobs in the CTE umbrella, and apprenticeships. The Michigan Regional Council of Carpenters has developed a state-approved SCECH training, and the Schools to Tools grant allows those trainings and materials to be offered for free. Finally, the grant will help Michigan Regional Council of Carpenters conduct career days for students and their parents at training centers across the state, and will help offer summer camp opportunities for students to get hands-on experience. I mean, it's not a secret. I mean, we want to make sure we're encouraging as many people as possible to join in the trades. This is a great way of doing that and just exposing kids to the experiences and opportunities possible of what could be achieved in a great paying trades job.
Okay, thank you so much. Questions? Rep. Van Workum.
Is this a specific location or is it across the state? And can you break down where these facilities currently are?
That's a great question, and I think the solution that they've brought forward to addressing this kind of talent gap is that they actually take the trailer from school to school, and they proactively call counselors, they call school districts. In fact, we can even invite them to our school. I've done that before. I've invited them to a school to come talk to a class, and they'll just come on a weekend, they'll come on a weekday, whenever, and they'll bring this trailer, and the kids can engage hands-on with drills and power tools and hammers and learn about all the opportunities that are possible through an apprenticeship. Oh, look at that. This is great marketing material right here. This is, is this union printed, Noah? It is? Yeah. And so this is, high quality right here. But, I mean, they address that issue you're just identifying by going directly to the schools in a nice little trailer like this, and it just works that way.
Is it one trailer or you want to flip through that book? Is there several trailers?
Is that your way of saying you got a photo in here of you? I mean, there you go. There you go. I mean, I think this when Heat was drafted, this was what they had in mind. Look at this transparency here. But yeah, I mean, they have the trailer. They have the one trailer, Noah, is that right? The one trailer that goes around. They have a facility in Detroit that's obviously a large training center. I believe they have another one in another part of the state, but a couple different ones in the state. But this is the big, I think, hook for them, is because those facilities are in fixed locations. This is how they get around to the students that need the exposure to these opportunities. This is how they get around.
Other questions? Okay.
So
Rep.
this will be
Robinson.
used for renovations?
No, this will be used to actually help fund the operation,
Okay.
so they can go pay for staff, pay for the trailer to actually move around. Yeah, to fund this program.
Okay, I actually have had the opportunity to tour their bus. Came to my district, and it is a nice thing to take around to schools. It's an opportunity for kids. My question, kind of similar to the last question, is sustainability. So rather than having to come back every year to the state for more money, is there a plan at all, do you know, of making a way for this to be sustained going forward?
I mean, I know they've been working very closely with us as to try and prove feasibility of this program, to try and work it out. But I'll say this: I know they've been partners in trying to adopt ways, very aggressive ways, to get new members to join. We have a huge skilled trade gap in the state of Michigan. A lot of them are retiring, and we're not getting new ones as fast as they're retiring. So I know this is a priority for them. And I'm sure they're exploring those opportunities as well to try and make it sustainable outside of state support.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. All right, next up we have Rep. Martis with the Steel Metal Workers Local 7 and Sheet Metal Training Centers is the project.
Do you want me to just do it right here?
You can.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Wanted to talk about my request, which is for the sheet metal workers, an expansion of apprenticeship training centers. All of us talk about the need to invest in skilled trade. I think this is a really important moment where we can put our money where our mouth is. The sheet metal workers, who boast one of the highest graduation rates in all the skilled trades, are currently dealing with a an issue in which they have a lot of young people who are interested in pursuing a career in the skilled trades, but there's not enough slots in their training centers to be able to fill that. So they have experienced people being turned away because there aren't enough positions available. So we're seeking money to be able to expand some of their training centers, to be able to provide updates, to provide essentially more slots for young people to be able to pursue apprenticeship programs within the sheet metal workers. So if we're able to get money for this, God willing, there will be expansions all across the state of Michigan so that young people can learn a trade and hopefully be able to stay in the communities that they grew up in and pursue that trade where they make good money, get good benefits, and are able to give back to their communities.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. How many centers are there that this money would be going towards?
5, and so I would believe the more money that we would be able to get, the more centers would be able to be helped. But this proposal has a request for 5.
Okay. And then, so this will be, it says modernize and expand, so there'll be renovation and construction involved as well?
Yes.
Okay. So do you know, is there administrative costs at all associated with the construction or any, well, the renovations either?
I don't believe so. I think that a lot of this is going to be, somewhat level of expansion, but then also some more expansions of the programs themselves.
Okay, so it's mostly going straight to the project, not
Yes.
to administrative overhead?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no other questions, thank you. We will call up and Rep. Menser with City of Mount Clemens and the lead service line replacements. Did I say lead? Lead.
This is for lead contamination.
I'm sorry, I said the wrong way.
That's all right. No
Sorry
worry. Lead contamination in drinking water remains one of the most pressing public health threats facing communities across the country, and Mount Clemens is no exception. With aging infrastructure and limited financial resources, the city is in urgent need of funding to replace outdated lead service lines that continue to pose serious health risks to residents. This investment would directly support the removal and replacement of hazardous lines, ensuring safe, clean drinking water for hundreds of families. With nearly 48% of our property non-taxable because of county government, and a poverty rate of over 19%, Mount Clemens lacks the financial capability to undertake this critical infrastructure upgrade alone. Replacing lead service lines will not only improve health outcomes for our residents, but also demonstrate a strong commitment to responsible governance and public safety.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Rep. Van Workum.
What funds have they already attempted to use?
They got a grant, a small grant, and they did, I think it was like 20 homes. This grant at about $12,000 apiece will do about 250 homes.
What grant was that through? Was it a federal grant, state grant?
Federal.
Was it a loan or a grant?
It was a grant.
Okay, Rep.
Yeah.
Cavett.
Real quick, thanks, Hugh. Do you have a number of exactly how many lead service lines are out there? Is there a, is there 1,000, 2,000? Is it an unknown number, or are we just?
Right now, it's, as far as I am aware, it's an unknown number.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in. All right, we're moving right along. Next up, we have Rep. Miller with the City of Romulus Fire Department, a new pumper fire engine.
Good morning, everyone. The City of Romulus is seeking $1 million in funding to purchase a new fire engine to replace aging equipment within the fire department's fleet. The current fleet are nearing or exceeding the recommended service life, resulting in increasing downtime and maintenance and repair, higher operating costs, and reducing reliability during emergency responses. The City of Romulus has made a strong commitment to provide the highest level of public safety service, and yet There are growing operational demands and aging apparatus fleet underscore the urgent need for modern equipment. An investment of $1 million will purchase a fire truck that will directly enhance emergency response, improve community safety, and help them achieve a more favorable insurance rating for residents and businesses. So a little background on this. Over the past decade, the Romulus Fire Department's annual call has doubled from 2,500 calls to 5,000. And keep in mind, it serves the airport as well, Detroit Metro Airport. So overall, they continue to respond to a wide range of emergencies, from train derailments, special medical runs, and also specialized rescues at a pace that strains their existing fleet. And with the obstacles that they face, they're a 9 square mile site located right in the center of the hub of the gateway. And their crews have to drive around the airport at many times to reach emergencies in surrounding areas. Not only that, they have to deal with the CSX line and the Norfolk line. So train crossings is an issue as well, and having this extra truck would cut down on those response times. And with public safety, an opening of a new station across the tracks, Romulus could improve their ISO rating. So the community benefits are enhanced safety, faster, more reliable response, protect their residents and critical infrastructure. Economic impact, a lower ISO rating translates to potentially reducing insurance costs. And operational efficiency. The $1 million that they're asking for would include the body construction, pump, water tank and equipment, and advanced safety features. They are constructing a new fire station that will be open next fall, and this would help put that truck in place to get to the places that makes it harder to reach the residents. And it's really, this is about life-saving. It's about response times, and it's all about public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Rep. Cavett.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Rep. I'm a fan of the fire services, so thank you for advocating on their behalf. Curious, have you sought other means of financing as a city? You mentioned your location to the airport. I mean, are there Homeland Securities or Department of Transportation? I know we weren't able to be successful with getting a fire truck, so our communities bonded money to pay for a fire truck. Have they looked at those type of opportunities?
Yes, they have, and they have worked with SEMCOG as well to secure any type of funding that they can get. I have not heard that they were able to secure anything at this point, but there's such a rising need, an immediate need, especially with 75,000 people coming through that airport every single day. It's a challenge. And they only have 2 trucks, and the population is over 25,000 just in the city of Romulus.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Rep. Robinson.
So you said, could you repeat that? There's 2 trucks, and this will be
2 trucks.
Okay. How long do these? That's a lot of money for a vehicle.
Sure.
How long do these last?
They last between 10 and 15 years, and it takes at least over a year to build. And on average, it's $1 million. This is not a ladder truck, though. That would even add more money to the cost.
Thank you.
And this is strictly for the truck. It's not for equipment or anything that goes into it.
I believe there is some equipment in here.
Okay.
It's safety equipment.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, Rep. Van Workum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How long have they been working on getting this new truck? And have they applied for the federal dollars, the fire grants?
Yes, they have. They've been working on this for over 2 years now, trying to secure money for this truck. Yes.
And this is going to service the airport? The airport doesn't
It
have
is
its own
adjacent.
fleet?
They do. They have their own. Yes, very good question. They do have their own fire department, but this is shared services, and this is critical.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Rep. Song with the City of St. Clair Shores and Library Operations Funds.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm here to testify on behalf of the request for $500,000 for the City of St. Clair Shores Library. The city has secured over $1.6 million in federal grants and private funding, but unfortunately, due to the increased cost in material and construction, they are facing a significant budget shortfall. So this funding request would help to close that gap and to ensure that the project can move forward without any delays, and it will go towards the construction costs. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Questions, Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. So this isn't going to cover the whole cost, right? Could you talk about where the other money's coming from?
So originally, when they had put this project out to bid, it was about $1.6 million. But when they were getting ready to start the construction this fall, it increased significantly to $2 million. So they had secured federal funding, private funding, city dollars, and unfortunately, with the increase in material and construction, it is significantly delayed.
You want to turn on your mic?
This would
So this would make
so
it
this
complete.
would help to ensure that the project would move forward.
Other questions? Okay, so these are renovations, and there's no new construction, anything like that with this
So
project?
the entire library, the building will still stay intact, but the interior will be updated.
Okay. Do you know if any of the funding would go towards administrative costs, or would this go strictly to
It
the
would go
project?
strictly to just the capital improvements.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming in. All right, next we have Rep. Conlon with Freedom River and Wellness Center Facility.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I am here today to testify in support of a request to allocate $300,000 to Freedom River. This is a comprehensive outdoor recreation center that assists in the reassimilation of U.S. military service members, veterans, and their families. This funding would support the establishment of a state-of-the-art wellness center focused on holistic healing, suicide prevention, and mental health support. This project is already underway on nearly 100 acres up in Brighton, Michigan, and it is going to be an outdoor recreation center that will include everything from ADA compliant zip lines to pickleball to fire pits to volleyball. It's located on the Huron River and Gill Lake, so it's going to have boating and kayaking, and they are underway with the project, but now are looking for this next bit of funding to get started on the wellness center. I think we all know for our veterans how important it is to take care of them following service and their families. And we know that exercise is an incredible way to do this. The founder of this project, Jeff Yakey, was a U.S. Army veteran, is a U.S. Army veteran, and went on with his GI Bill to get a master's from MSU in exercise psychology. He then went on to work at the Ann Arbor VA in rehab. This is a passion project built into his service that he continues, and this is a great project that would be wonderful to see that they can handle, along with the physical parts of the body, the mental health of these veterans.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? Rep. Van Workum.
How many veterans does this serve, and what's the overall cost of the project, and then how is it sustained?
So they have already had $5 million in funding, and they have donors who have given a lot. The CEO of the project is Michael Waller, who is he's the president of the board, but he's the CEO of Wallbridge Construction. He's helping greatly with this. They have a great group of veterans and donors supporting them, and their sustainability model is probably to get it built and start getting people in, but it will be free to veterans. So they will have a model that hopefully will continue, but they're very good fundraisers too.
So it's privately funded for operations? You don't receive any Veterans Affairs?
Not at this point. They haven't, as far as I know. No.
Do you have a number of how many veterans it serves?
Well, it's not built yet, but they're going to have cabins and a Gold Star family cabin, and we are hoping that they have people who will come just for the day as well, but you'll be able to spend the night with your family. And at this point, I think they're hoping that they would have a capacity of 200 to 300 veterans who can come over a weekend, but it depends on how many cabins they build.
Other questions? Okay, so how long do you think it'll take to complete the project?
Well, they've gotten all their permits, and they've already done the perking so the water's in, and they've cleared the land, and they're building trails, and they're getting started on that part of the cabins. So I think that they were hoping, actually, they told me, let me look here, when they think this project will be completed. Anticipated dates, October 1, 2025 to October 1, 2027.
Okay, all right, 2 years. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, we have to do a hard stop at 12:55. So we'll take one more. So Rep. Young with Brightmoor Connection and the food pantry support.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I understand that hard stop, Madam Chair. Thank you. So thank you, Madam Chair, and to the committee, Brightmoor Connections. The Brightmoor Connection is committed to supporting residents with food insecurity challenges. Their client choice model food pantry provides groceries and household items to more than 1,700 families annually. Their clients are afforded the dignity of a store-like shopping atmosphere that allows them to choose the products that best meet their family's needs. People receive an estimated 50 to 70 pounds of food per monthly visit. The Brightmoor Connection distributes over 600,000 pounds of food annually, providing critical support to those facing food insecurity. Their pantry is more than a resource for free food. It is a neighborhood hub staffed by dedicated volunteers, many of whom are clients. It fosters a culture of community service and empowerment. They partner with local urban farms and agriculture initiatives to provide fresh, locally sourced produce, enhancing the nutritional value of their food. They also have a water station to assist individuals and families experiencing water insecurity. Additionally, families can take advantage of holiday meal basket distributions and winter clothing drives for the children. Lastly, their wellness program is another core element of Brightmoor Connection's food security work. They host free wellness workshops that provide community-based educational opportunities, promoting healthy habits, which should help mitigate the impact of diseases like high blood pressure and diabetes. Through their holistic approach to wellness, they also offer quarterly classes for the family that include yoga, aromatherapy, and cooking classes with fresh vegetables from their community garden. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Rep. Cavett.
Thanks, Rep. Excuse me. Thanks, Chair. Right. Thanks, Rep. Young. Does this compete with local grocery stores, neighborhood grocery stores?
Compete with, no, because the need is so great. And many of the local grocery stores actually will donate to the food pantry as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Other questions? Okay, so is this going strictly towards the services, or is there a construction component to
No,
this?
there's no
or-
construction. This is all about making certain that these families that are in need get the food that they need, as well as other household items that are also necessary to have a stable life.
Okay, all right, very good. So is there a plan for sustainability going forward? So, they're gonna, if they are successful in getting this grant this year, how are they going to, continue their services next year if they're not able to get the grant, another grant?
Right. So I look at this as extra for them. When I say extra, what it does is it allows them to prove to other funders they've been well vetted. When the state gives you a grant like this, then they know that the work has been done to prove that they are able to meet the needs of the community. They have been doing this work since 2008, so they've been around a very long time. Their founding donor is the Fisher Foundation, and they're not planning to go anywhere. But this allows them to expand and to also start to grow their donor base.
So I was gonna ask that next, they have other funding sources besides the state, so, good, all right. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
And thank you. Thank you.
Why don't we do one more? Rep. Morgan, if he's here. Yep, he's here. Okay, let's do Rep. Morgan with the Tree Line Conservancy, Tree Line Trail Construction. Thanks for
Thank you,
being here.
Madam Chair, members of the committee. Glad to be with you today. I'll be short and sweet. I'm here to speak in support of the Tree Line Trail Project, a 3-mile greenway that will transform a critical section of Ann Arbor's active transportation network. The Tree Line Trail is a partnership between the City of Ann Arbor and the nonprofit Tree Line Conservancy. This project is about safety and accessibility, and this funding will help provide a continuous, safe, and accessible corridor for residents, students, visitors, separated from high-speed, high-volume traffic between downtown and recreational amenities on the Huron River. Creates a space for people to connect with the community in a healthy way, and the benefits extend past Ann Arbor, as it connects with the border-to-border trail countywide, along with the Iron Bell Trail, which extends 2,000 miles from Ironwood in the western Upper Peninsula to Belle Isle in Detroit. So this will provide a unique opportunity to support our local economies and advance a key investment with local, regional, and statewide impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Representative, for coming in. Talk to me a little bit about, like, where's this money going? Is it for the construction of the roads, the trees, everything? Could you talk about where the money is going to be appropriated?
Yeah, so this initial funding will partner with local funding that's raised on the nonprofit side. So they'll fundraise there on the other part of it too. And this will help with the design and kind of planning section of that will allow those private dollars to go into building that construction.
But just to be clear, this won't go for any construction. It's just for the design of it.
Yes, this will allow for all of that
Okay.
to come next.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, other questions? What are their plans for getting the funding for the construction side of things? Are they doing fundraising, or are they plan on coming back to the state, or?
Yeah, so this is a partnership with the City of Ann Arbor, and they're doing private fundraising as well.
Okay, very good. All right. Looks like that's,
Yes. Well, and just for your awareness, it covers a major highway entrance to the city. So that's where there's a lot. If you've driven down into Ann Arbor coming north, it's that entryway where you have high-speed traffic coming off the expressway right into downtown. That's the part of Ann Arbor, just to conceptualize it for folks.
okay, very good.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you very much. And no other questions. We'll go at ease at the call of the chair.
Thanks for bringing pictures.
I call the Appropriations Subcommittee on Labor and Economic Opportunity back into order. And I would like to call Representative Long John forward. He has a project with the city of Portage, and it has to do with stormwater flooding prevention.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Rep. Rogers as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Yes, Representative Rogers and I both represent portions of the city of Portage and co-sponsored this LDSI request. The project in front of you is a project to redirect stormwater runoff from the US 131 intersection with Center Street in Portage to mitigate chronic flooding in the city of Portage, where repeated watershed overflow has caused extensive damage to public infrastructure and private property. The brief history here is that before, even in the 60s, as the highway was built and Center Street was put in, there was a pond in this location. And as infrastructure has been built up and as housing has developed, there's been nowhere for the water to go. And so over time and as storms have come and gone, the outflow of the pond has been cut off, restricted by the development around that watershed. And over the years, there's been more and more damage. In fact, in the last few years, it's been the case that the city of Portage has actually ended up spending $50,000 a year in pumping fees to get the water out of that bog and preventing damage to houses and businesses, and basically pumping that water into the Kalamazoo sewer system. So every once in a while after a storm, a relatively large ingress into a neighborhood is literally got pipes over the road with little bumpies to make sure you don't crush the pipe as you're going over that road. In this part of Portage, there are hundreds of homes and mixed-use development, everything from condos to senior living to individual homes. And there are also many businesses in this stretch. As I said, the US 131 corridor is part of the issue, and as experts have done planning, they've seen that be intractable. You can't move the highway. So the request is for $2 million to make sure that we can solve this problem once and for all for the city of Portage and the residents and businesses in this area.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Yes, Rep. Van Workum.
Has Portage applied for any of the revolving loan funds? Is there dollars set aside for this, or is this the entire cost of the project?
This is not the entire cost of the project. The city of Portage has put up about $1 million of general fund dollars. The total project estimate was somewhere in the neighborhood of just about $3 million. And the city of Portage has put up about $1 million in general fund for this coming year. Not that I am aware of.
Other questions, Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for coming. Talk to me about when this actually happens. How often is that area flooded, and how long has that been happening?
Several times a year, and it's been going on increasingly over the last at least 5 to 7 years. I live within a couple miles of this, and so see it frequently. Again, it's after any particular storm. The city has to come out and lay down the temporary drainage pipes over a road and sidewalks, impeding pedestrian traffic, vehicle traffic, and then they turn on the pumps for a couple weeks to make sure that the water, and again, they're dumping it into the sewer. So, it's extra use on infrastructure, and if we could mitigate this problem, it would be very helpful.
And so all this would be for like construction costs to make this happen? There wouldn't be
Correct.
any?
It's one-time infrastructure.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Rep. Cavett?
Yep,
I was
thank
gonna say
you.
it's basically a temporary solution, and we need a more permanent one.
Yep. Is there been any, excuse me, thank you. Has there been any communications with the county drain commissioners as possibly making this a drainage district?
There's been a lot of back and forth, not just with the County Road Commission, but also with state agencies who've, like Eagle and DOT, kind of tried to find a solution, and the ultimate solution is this one-time fix.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to make... We're going to make one adjustment to the schedule. We are going to bring Rep. Arbit up for his project, which is with Cass Lakeside Community Association and the Algonquin Avenue Bridge repair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you accommodating me today. The Cass Lakeside Community Association is the homeowners association representing an economically diverse neighborhood of approximately 300 homes and nearly 700 residents in northern West Bloomfield Township. The neighborhood is comprised of numerous islets and canals on Cass Lake, which are connected by bridges, all privately owned by the neighborhood association. Almost all of the community's bridges and roads are in poor to critical condition, and the community has struggled to pay for critical maintenance for several years now, and as it is a private homeowners association, has no ability to bond. The Algonquin Avenue Bridge was originally built in 1924, and after a 2022 survey, it was deemed to be in urgent failing critical condition. We did, in last year's budget, provide $800,000 to help upgrade one of this neighborhood's bridges that was also in critical condition. So this would be the second bridge that the state is helping to fund repairs for. This bridge's load capacity has been reduced to 7 tons, which does not meet the 2015 fire code requirement for fire trucks. So West Bloomfield Township has had to say that they are no longer able to provide emergency services to this neighborhood in northern West Bloomfield Township. Repair of the bridge will improve the safety for residents, visitors, construction workers, and first responders and entering and exiting the neighborhood in northern West Bloomfield and extend the bridge's lifespan significantly. The $1 million appropriation to Cass Lakeside Community Association would fund half of the community's expected cost for the repair of the Algonquin Avenue Bridge. And I just will note, it's actually all of these privately owned roads and bridges are in failing condition. So the neighborhood has actually taken the extraordinary step to become a village. But we expect that this money would be dispersed before the charter would be completed. So that's why it would be going to the homeowners association.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Rep. Cavett?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Thank you, Rep. Arbit. Doesn't a homeowners association have the ability to assess on properties for the common areas and, if necessary, lien a property to collect on that?
I believe you that's true, but I think this is not necessarily a wealthy community, and so the amount of it's actually quite diverse, socioeconomically. And so, while there are some lakefront homes that, could withstand that, I mean, a lot of people are sort of stretched in terms of what they're able to do. And that's why, the HOA dues, have increased year over year, and they're $19 million in terms of what they need for their infrastructure repairs, which is why they've taken the extraordinary step to, go and to become a municipality, to be eligible for revenue sharing. And so this, sort of top up to fix this very critical bridge, which, is one of the only outlets in and out of the neighborhood, is why, state money is sort of an extraordinary step that's needed at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Rep. Van Workum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess I got some similar questions. I haven't seen a home association really before asking for money. So when
we did last year in last year's fiscal budget, we're same association, yes.
Okay, for the different bridge?
For a different bridge that's now under construction to be rebuilt, the Greer Road Bridge.
Okay.
Yep.
And does that then show up on the HOA's balance sheet at the end? You can see whether there's money left over. What happens if there is money left over?
My understanding is that money has all been spent. And I think my understanding is that the $800,000 grant from the bridge that we fixed, that the state provided an enhancement grant last year to fix, is that the cost sort of outran the $800,000. So that was just the $800,000 grant helped the HOA pay to fix the bridge. But they had to go into their general their funding to fix it.
Again, I think it's unique that it's going to an association, but if money is left over, what happens to those dollars?
Well, if you look, there was an estimate, bridge cost estimate, and it was $1.78 million, and that was February of 2025. I think the expectation is that the repairs would start in 2027 or 2028. I would expect that those costs to have been increased substantially, and so for $1 million, I don't expect there to be any money left over.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and Committee. I appreciate it.
Okay. Okay. Next up, we have Rep. Cerniglu. Sorry if I hope I said it right. With the Ingham County Lake Lansing Dam repairs.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. So I am here to request funds to repair the Lake Lansing Dam. We have a lake called Lake Lansing, which is situated in Hazlet, and it is part of the Lake Lansing Park South, which is owned by Ingham County. We do have a number of homeowners around the lake, but it is also a major part of that county park. The county park and lake hosted over 180,000 visitors in 2020. The boat launch on the north side of the lake saw over 150,000 users in 2020 as well. Michigan State University's Sailing Center uses the boat launch, as well as the Lansing Sailing Club. So the dam was originally constructed in the 1920s and then was reconstructed in 1976. Unfortunately, it's in desperate need of repairs right now, and in some places, replacements. Specifically, they found in 2022 that the lift gate installed in line with the 24-inch drawdown pipe has become inoperable. And they recommended replacement of the control structure, pipe, slide gate, and related support structures. We want to prevent damage to downstream property, flooding, risks to anyone using the lake, as well as any other consequences that could result. Let's see. We are also planning to have money come from the county to fund this as well, and also an assessment on that drainage district, which is kind of in discussion of who specifically would be assessed, because the lake is really a huge benefit to the entire county and surrounding area. But there are those other sources of funding that will be going towards this project. And let's see. We had a study, or the county rather had a study done and proposed different options for what could be done to fix this problem. And this particular, the recommendation would be to replace the drawdown pipe and slide gate, along with the stop logs. Representative Cavett, you might know what those things are as a drain commissioner. We've been working a lot with the drain commissioner's office on what exactly needs to be done, as well as a lot of the property owners in the area. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
About this.
Rep. Cavett?
Thanks, Chair. May I ask a couple questions? Sure. Okay. Is there a circuit court level, lake level set for Lake Lansing? Do you know that?
Well, there might be. I don't know the
that's
answer
fine.
to that question.
Also, Ingham County is very generous with their millage. They have a recreational millage that supports the parks and trailways. Are they able to spend money on the dam? It seems like it'd be a recreational expense.
So I know that there is money coming from the county specifically. I don't know if it's coming from that millage, but there will be several $100,000 coming from the county to pay into this.
Okay, and then you mentioned it is an assessment district. Is it located in a legal boundary for a drainage assessment district?
I believe that they are either setting one up. Oh, do you know the answer to that, Julie?
Yeah.
Or they're either setting one up or they already have one. Did you know this one?
It is in a special assessment district, and it's a two-tier assessment district. The county does pay a portion, as well as the MSU Sailing Club pays a portion, and all of the homeowners. I think the problem is that to complete the repairs would be very costly. And the homeowners have been concerned about, entering into that, what they'd be getting into.
bet.
And
Okay.
it's got a mix of housing where some of the houses are small little cottages and other ones are big fancy houses.
Is Director Lindemann supportive of the
Oh,
dam?
yes.
Yep, very much
Yes,
so.
absolutely. His office has been leading the study on this. And Rep. Rixey and I share Meridian Township. She's probably been talking to the lake owners for many years
Okay.
before.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Other questions? Okay, Mike, so is this 750,000, will that cover the entire cost of the project the part that you want done here?
It will not, but the county is committed
Okay,
to
so together with the
re-
county's
yes.
money, then that will fulfill
the
fulfill whole
alternative
cost.
that they chose.
Okay.
Yeah, we have this analysis. That might even have the answer to your first question in it. Sure.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, all right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Rep. Wooden with Greater Grand Rapids Chamber Foundation and the Complex Care Housing Initiative. Thank you for.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, esteemed committee members, for the opportunity to testify. This request is to assist a successful collaboration between our nonprofit, public sector, and business community, as well as our local hospitals and healthcare providers, to ensure that our most vulnerable residents in Kent County are housed, but also ensuring that we are reducing that strain on emergency services being caused by their current situation, saving our community money in the long run, and providing dignity to these individuals. This has already been a very successful collaboration that's been piloted over the last since 2024. Partners include Dégagé Ministries, Mel Trotter Ministries, Trinity Health, Catherine's Care Center, Network 180, our local CMH authority, as well as the Grand Rapids Community Foundation, or the Grand Rapids Chamber Foundation, forgive me. The program provides transitional income-based housing with 24-hour on-site support services for individuals who are diagnosed with a severe mental health need and or a substance use disorder, have experienced chronic homelessness for several years, and have been unsuccessful in being housed in other options, most notably traditional permanent supportive housing. The initial pilot began with 25 individuals. All 25 have remained housed. As someone who worked in supportive housing previously, I can tell you that is a feat that I have not seen before. Oftentimes, the turnaround in supportive housing is much more significant than standard affordable housing. The fact that over even in a period longer than 12 months that all 25 individuals have remained housed is incredibly impressive. It's also demonstrated significant reduction in the use of emergency services, including an 88% reduction of ambulance uses, hospital uses, emergency room visits. We've seen reductions in district court appearances, county jail time, and other public health expenses. It's estimated that there are another 100 to 150 individuals in our county who meet this criteria, who we can help create a diversion program that can get them stably housed, get them the services they need. It's also crucial to remember that this program being transitional, case management follows them not only to provide them housing and services, but also to help them find permanent housing after the program is complete. The collaborative is currently working to expand capacity by creating new facilities. The next phase is anticipated to serve 30 to 50 residents in year one and add an additional 15 to 25 residents in following years. They've secured federal, local, and private dollars for the pilot and continue to secure additional funds for this second phase. And they've requested this funding to help finance the startup costs, capital, site acquisition, since there will be multiple facilities trying to maintain a smaller concentration so that each resident can also get the proper care that they deserve. This one-time investment will help make a lasting impact on Kent County residents with acute needs and provide the long-term savings on those public services, bringing savings to the taxpayers. And I welcome any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Rep. Van Workum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so this is for building facilities. Are these group homes or is this a large complex? what type of facility are we talking about? And then I see Network 180 is a partner. Are they providing then the services towards these folks, or is it another entity that is also providing services?
So yes, Network 180 is a service provider, similar with Trinity Health, Catherine's Care Center, providing both medical services and psychiatric services. Dégagé and Mel Trotter have been the foremost agents when it comes to housing management. Like I mentioned, these dollars will go to the capital costs to build additional facilities, whether group home or large-scale complexes. As mentioned, the intent is to keep them smaller. I do believe they are trying to be flexible and varied to create different options. Some people may benefit more from a group home setting. Some people may benefit more from an individual apartment that they can have to their own in this short transitional process. And again, the intent and the follow-through is making sure that after the 12 to 24 months that they are spending in complex care and housing, that they are all then referred back into some form of permanent supportive housing that they can be stably housed in.
So I notice on the form that no site has yet been determined. Is there an actual plan here, and has that been approved by the city or the county of where these sites may be?
I believe site identification is still in the process. Part of that is because they are learning from best practices. In fact, I heard just yesterday that this same team representatives were in Phoenix learning from a successful initiative there. They've also been drawing best practices from Houston. And I believe there are multiple sites that they are currently examining and vetting with the intention of getting them up and running in the next 12 months.
Is this new construction or renovation?
I think they're looking predominantly at adaptive reuse, given the budget that their total current estimate of $5 million for the second phase. And they're trying to weigh the different factors, both location, availability of the services, ability to convert, et cetera.
So will this money should be approved? Will that go into the field this fiscal year, or is there a potential that this would have to be work projected?
I believe the estimated completion date was in the target start date is May 4th of 2026.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Rep. Brixey with City of Mason Fire Department tanker and equipment replacements. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm here advocating for an investment to help the City of Mason purchase a new fire tanker and equipment replacements. Mason is the county seat for Ingham County, and the city's fire department provides critical services to 13 different Ingham County facilities, including the courthouse, sheriff's department, the jail, fairgrounds, the road commission, the drain commission, and the district courts, as well as the animal shelter. They also service the City of Mason, Aurelius Township, Vevay Township, and a third of Aladdin Township, which is about 85 square miles and about 18,000 residents. The City of Mason Fire Department is a participant in the Michigan Mutual Aid box alarm system, and their resources can be requested in a local, regional, or statewide disaster or emergency. They use a tanker to service neighboring fire departments and areas that don't have fire hydrant access, including Delhi Township, Ingham Township, Dansville, Leslie, Onondaga Township. And their tanker has been deployed as far away as Hemlock to shuttle much needed water. However, the city's current tanker truck and equipment is due for replacement in line with the National Fire Protection Association's safety recommendations, and it's been planned for in the city's capital improvement plan that is CIP 2022-B3. However, the increasing costs of fire equipment due to inflation and changes in the supply chain of fire trucks have really hampered the city's ability to keep pace and save enough money to purchase a new tanker truck, which has created a funding gap. So this appropriation doesn't just benefit my district and constituents, but all of the county by servicing our county seat and ensuring the facilities are secure in a fire emergency. Furthermore, this investment benefits the whole state by allowing the City of Mason Fire Department to continue deploying water to communities in need, making everyone in Michigan safer. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. So this, the money allotted is just going for a new tanker?
Right.
Have they shopped around, or is this?
So the tanker is 18 years old, and you may know that it's a practice for communities to auction off and sell their used equipment to another, usually smaller community with a lesser budget. So they do plan to auction it off, and it still has value for that. They're going to reuse the existing hose, fittings, breathing apparatus, nozzles, and other items. But replacing it will help allow them to maintain their insurance rating, the ISO of 3. That system has a 1 to 10 rating system, and 1 is the best and 10 is the worst. And if they don't replace it, I think they're going to change their insurance rating, which means then the members of the community will have to pay higher homeowner insurance rates. They are trying for, but are not aware of any other alternative sources of grant money available for fire trucks.
Other questions? Rep. Cavett.
Thank you. Thank you, Rep. Briggs. See, I mentioned earlier I am a fan of the fire services, and I too tried to secure some funding for a fire truck last cycle and didn't have much success. So our community of Alpena had to sell bonds in order to pay for a new fire truck. Has your community of Mason thought about doing that?
So because it's the tanker truck, I don't think that they would plan to do that. Most of the city is serviced with their regular truck, and it's really one of these deals where, because they're in that cooperative, they service all the other townships around, and so they're doing it for them, more for themselves. And I don't think that I'm not convinced that a bond for that would pass in the city, since most of the city, the bulk of the population is on the water service with fire hydrants.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I just wondered, you said that it's the tanker and equipment, so when you talk equipment, that's like the hoses and that sort of thing, so it's really all a part of the tanker. So, okay, very good. Any other questions? Okay, we're good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next up, we have Rep. Hope with the Lansing School District and the Don Johnson Fieldhouse renovations. Thank you for waiting around to come in.
I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to testify on behalf of this project. I'm asking for $5.2 million to renovate the Don Johnson Fieldhouse, which would allow the expansion of the Lansing Student Development Program. I'm reading from the wrong paper, sorry. That's what I get for making last-minute changes. The stated purpose for this is the field house, and of course that's where the funds would go, but the bigger picture benefit is that it would allow this program to expand. Well, a little bit about the building right now. It was built in 1925, and it was part of the long-gone boys training school for juvenile delinquents. This building has served different purposes over the years until it was acquired by the Lansing School District in the early 1980s. And even though it was acquired in the 80s, I think I heard someone say this, it's not named after the Don Johnson from Miami Vice. This is a teacher. This is a former teacher and wrestling coach for the Lansing schools. So the Lansing Student Development Program offers free year-round access to tutoring, sports, physical fitness, free meals, and mentorship. And it removes any barriers between students and extracurricular activities or after-school activities. Oftentimes, money can be an obstacle there, and just to illustrate the need, 88% of Lansing students are considered low income, and a little over half of those students are considered at risk. So the services offered obviously benefit those kids facing hardships in their lives not of their own creation. The program is free to everybody. This program started in October 2022, and it's served over 3,000 students since that time. They've served 80,000 meals, and it is a year-round program. They have summer, they're active during the summer. Demand is growing, and so the building needs to be expanded, and with the planned renovation, an additional 100 kids per day can use the services. This benefits the public by equipping students with resources, mentorship, and opportunities they need to succeed in school and reach their full potential. And then a side benefit would be providing space for large sporting events, I'm told, but I didn't attempt to verify this myself. But the field house is purportedly the second largest sporting facility in the area, indoor sporting facility. And with more people using this facility for tournaments and other sporting events, economic stimulation is expected to follow. I just want to mention this item is co-sponsored by Representative Whitwer, and I appreciate your consideration. Was that a timer for me?
Wow, that was right on time. Thank you so much. Questions from the committee? No questions? Okay, so you said this is expanding the building, so there will be construction. It's not just renovations that are involved in this.
Right.
Okay. And then will the 5.2 be the full cost of the project, or?
That's the full cost of this phase of the project.
Okay, so there are more phases.
Yes.
Okay. And then any administrative fees going to be paid with this money?
I don't believe so. This money would be going to the school district, so all of the funds should be directed to the project.
Okay. All right. Very good. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. So this is just the first phase. So as the next phase, what's the fund? Where's the funding coming from the next phases?
I can't answer that right now, but I can get you the information after the meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair. I should mention too, just for sake of the minutes, that Dr. Wheeler from the Lansing Student Development Program is on Zoom, there to answer any questions about the program if anyone has any questions.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think we're good. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Representative Wilson with the Ypsilanti Downtown Development Authority and the Cross Street Bridge replacement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee. This is for the Ypsilanti Downtown Development Authority. They are looking for assistance from the state to replace a bridge. It's the Cross Street Bridge that leads right into our depot town. The ask is for $3 million. And also, this bridge was constructed in 1982, the year I was born. And so it's been a while, 40-some years later, that they are trying to replace this bridge. This connects our historic depot town commercial and entertainment district to the rest of Ypsilanti City, replacing a bridge that originally was in place for 100 years prior. The Cross Street Bridge today is now a popular daily route for cars, pedestrians heading to and from historic depot town to work and enjoy the area. The Downtown Development Authority is requesting funding to replace the current bridge as the bridge is deteriorating and is a crucial piece of infrastructure for the community. The replacement of the bridge is necessary to ensure continued economic benefit and safety for the public. The Downtown Development Authority, of course, is a nonprofit organization. It's been in place for over 36 months, meets all the criteria that was asked for, and a list of board members was also included. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair, if there's any questions.
Thank you so much. Questions from the committee? Rep. Cavett?
Is there a plan B, Rep? What happens if you don't get the funding?
Yeah, they've been actually working on this for a couple of years, but they have a few different capital projects in the community that they've already bonded out for removing a dam. They have already gotten some other local contributions for other projects, and so this is kind of one project. They're looking for the state to come in and help out with this one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Is the city contributing at all to this project?
Yes, they are.
Okay, all right. So will the, let's see, $3 million cover the cost of
that would be the
replacing
bulk
bridge?
of it. I believe the city is coming in with another $1 million.
Okay.
Because it's really, you really need $4 million for
Okay,
it. So.
very good. And then administrative costs involved in this, or will the city be covering that cost?
The city will be covering that cost.
Okay, all right. Very good. All right, thank you very much. Oh, stay right there. You're up again. We have Student Advocacy Center and the Student Advocacy Hotline.
Yes, and just to flag for the clerks, someone should be on Zoom. Currently, it's the Executive Director of the Student Advocacy Center, Perry Palmquist. This is for a helpline. The ask is $150,000. This actually is a service not only to, they are headquartered in Ypsilanti, but they actually service the entire state. Last year they accounted for, which they have data for, 53 counties out of the 83 being assisted with this student helpline. I will turn it over to Perry Palmquist if she's there. She can go into more detail on what they actually do.
Hi, I'm Perry Stone Palmquist. I'm the co-executive director of Student Advocacy Center. Happy to be here. We've been getting funding for the past 2 years. It's been wonderful because we have to pull together so many different funding sources to be able to respond to the calls that we are getting around the state. We have support from Rep. Weiss, Rep. Price, Rep. Colazar, Rep. Young, Rep. Wilson, and Rep. Schmaltz. But anyway, we serve the entire state. Anyone from around the state can call if they're having an educational crisis. So that might look like, my kid's about to be expelled. I don't know what to do. My child has been suspended 30, 40, 50 times. I don't know what to do. We recently had a 20-year-old who was denied any enrollment in school to 2 different places, and the foster parents didn't know how to help him. And so he was just out of school, as another example. I've been trying to get an IEP for years and no one will respond to me. I don't know what to do. So those are the kinds of calls that we get. Michigan Department of Education also refers to us. Our team includes a retired special education teacher, a school social worker, a host of interns who call, really listen. They teach the family what their rights are and how to collaboratively advocate on their own with their school, and know what their rights are, learn more about the disabilities, or if they don't have a disability, what the trauma and best way to learn in their schools are. And really what we're trying to do is get students back in school in the best placement possible so that they can be attending regularly, getting good grades, and ultimately graduating. And so that's what we do. We also have a special focus on youth and foster care. Some of that funding that we had for the state has been declined, unfortunately, so we don't get quite as many referrals, but we're also trying to help foster care workers, GALs, and foster care students understand what their rights are as they're moving around quite a bit. So we want to be able to sustain that as much as we can as well. Happy to answer any questions. There's multiple funding sources. Like any nonprofit, we have ones that we're waiting to get, ones that we don't get. Already with the uncertainty of this funding, we've had to reduce staffing temporarily, but my team is really hopeful because apparently they're getting quite a few calls and it's hard to keep up. So We appreciate the support. It's challenging to get funding for statewide projects, is what I guess I'd say. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Rep. Wilson, and thank you for coming and testifying today. This appropriation ask, is this for resources? Is this for a program? Is it hire new employees? All of the above? Could you talk about what the actual money will be used for? Thank you.
Yeah, it's for staff. It's to pay for staffing. Yeah, I was hoping it would be paid to sustain some staffing that we already have, but we'd like to rehire the position that is now empty with uncertainty in funding right now. So we want to be able to sustain the level of support that we had and not have to like start telling certain counties we can't take your call because we don't have any funding to support you. So we'd like to be able to sustain. Yeah.
Other questions? So you did say there's other sources of funding out there. So, but I'm just looking at the sustainability of the project. You know, if you weren't able to get funding, you said probably layoffs or some areas wouldn't be able to be covered. But, you know, going forward, is it possible to get the money so you're not having to come back to the state over and over? Just looking for other sources of funds besides the state. Do you have that ability? I guess oh, she's muted. She's muted.
I don't know if I muted
There we
myself.
go.
I'm so sorry. I've been in this role for 13 years and been working really hard on fundraising. So we're always doing that. I'm just going to be honest that, especially in a moment where there's so many other crises, it is really challenging to have a statewide service like this. So that's our goal. If you have ideas, I'm always happy to listen. We have more than 65, 70 grants that support us. So we certainly know how to write grants and try to do that. Especially with our foster youth, I think there's just specialized populations. I think it is challenging to find funding when you're only maybe responding to 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 families in some of our more rural counties. But always open to ideas, always working hard at it. It's been really impactful to be able to have this funding so that we could respond to everybody. People seem to call us regardless. MDE seems to refer regardless, and we want kids to be in school and we want families to feel supported. But yes, we are always trying to look for other funding sources for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. All right, Rep. Wilson, you're up again with the Ypsilanti Historical Society and a roof replacement.
Yes, this project is for the Ypsilanti Historical Center that's in Ypsilanti. The ask is $140,000. And this will replace the roof. The center was founded in 1960. It's a nonprofit there. And it has paid memberships. It has a debt-free annual budget of roughly about $85,000. The Ypsi History Center serves the public in person Tuesday through Saturday from 2 to 5. Also electronically, people from all over the world, local government agencies have accessed this resource. Ypsi Historical Society does not receive financial support from any government agency for the operation of the museum. However, they do go out for different grants and opportunities for the larger capital projects, which this is where this type of project has fallen into. They partner with the Preservation Studies program at Eastern Michigan University by sharing the cost of 2 graduate interns, one for the archives and a second one for the museum. 2 courses are offered by the program, and they're taught right on site at the museum. This project will replace the roof on the Ypsi History Center, which houses a museum and archive space. The center is in a historic property. It needs to follow local historic preservation standards. This will preserve the historic feel of the building and the neighborhood while continuing to protect and house the wonderful historic artifacts and documents that are stored there. Of course, the nonprofit, I think you have the board members there listed, as well as it's been in existence for longer than 36 months and all the other check marks. So turn it back to you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. My question has to do with what the money's actually, it's just all renovation, right?
Yeah, this is all renovation. Yes, this is for the roof.
For the roof.
A roof replacement, yes.
So I in your notes, I saw that the reason for going with this kind of roof is because it lasts longer. So
That's correct, yeah.
they were
Metal
frugal,
roof.
yeah,
So we don't have to, this will last roughly 50 years instead of normal 20, 30.
And that matches all the historical.
It does, yeah.
stuff? Okay.
Yeah, they had all the check marks box.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and I just, my question is, have you sought other ways of funding this? Have they done fundraisers or anything like that?
Yeah, they do fundraisers for other capital projects, and then they also look for different grants. And I don't think the state has done anything with this location, so now they're hoping that the state can come in and help out with one of the projects.
Okay, all right. All right, looks like we're good with questions. Thank you very much. All right, next up we have Representative Carter, Brenda Carter, with Lighthouse, Michigan, and the campus expansion and renovations. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members, for this opportunity to speak on this very important subject. I'm here today to express my strong support for my legislative directed spending item, which would allocate vital funding to Lighthouse, Michigan, a proven community partner making a real difference in my district. This investment will be life-changing for families and individuals in need. It will help Lighthouse expand critical services, including 98 new emergency shelter beds for families in a new facility, which would give more families a safe place to stay during times of crises. The funding also would consolidate Lighthouse's emergency food program and establish a client choice social supermarket, a model that reduces hunger while respecting individuals' dignity by allowing them to choose the food that they need. Additionally, it will support an economic opportunity center focused on income, employment, and education. This center will provide the tools people need to break that cycle of poverty. The funds will enhance on-site supportive services and redevelop Lighthouse's current administrative building into a public event space and cafe, creating a much-needed and welcoming place for gathering and community connection. This project is especially critical in Pontiac, where the Lighthouse campus is located. The city has long faced deep disparities in health and economic outcomes. This expansion directly addresses those needs and builds a path to stability and prosperity. The funding also supports Lighthouse's renovation of a sanctuary youth shelter in Royal Oak, the only continuum of care in Oakland County for runaway and homeless youth. These programs serve over 150 young people each year. With nearly 2,500 students in Oakland County lacking stable housing, this investment is essential to strengthening outreach and ensure that no child is left behind. Over half of Lighthouse's shelter clients in Pontiac are children. HUD's 2024 report shows families with children are one of the fastest growing groups experiencing homelessness. This project helped break the cycle of homelessness. It will also create jobs and expand services that benefit our local economy. Homelessness just doesn't affect individuals. It strains health care, increases crime, and impacts mental health and productivity. By investing in Lighthouse, we're investing in a healthier, safer, and more prosperous future. I urge the support of this funding. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you so much. Questions? No questions? So my question is, so you're expanding the campus. So does that mean you have to purchase property? Have they already purchased that? And
yes, I'm not sure if they've already purchased it. I know that they have obtained some funding, $9.5 million with ARPA funds, private donations to the tune of $5 million. But the need is so great in Pontiac that we want to just prevent another person from freezing to death. Okay. So this is why this is such a critical thing for our city.
Okay. And so this will go towards the construction of the new facility. So, but the property needs to be there before before construction can be done. So just some of my questions I ask all the time. Any administrative costs going to be covered with the $5 million?
It is my understanding that the $5 million was going to be directly allocated to this project. And from the draft that I saw, they did identify the buildings around the current location of the lighthouse. I'm just not sure at this point if they have obtained them.
Okay. And then also, have you sought or have they sought alternative sources of funding for the project?
Absolutely. They did reach out to the county executive, Dave Coulter, and I'm hearing that he has donated towards this project as well. I want to stress the importance that in Oakland County, which is the county seat, there is only one shelter, and that's the Hope Shelter, and that's located in Pontiac. If we are able to get this 98 additional beds, these beds will be family units where the entire family can be taken out of the cold. So it's just an amazing opportunity, and I really, really hope that this committee could consider what this would do for my district.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up, we have Rep. Scott with Focus Hope.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I'm here today to discuss Focus Hope, which is a nonprofit metropolitan Detroit institution that has been transforming lives for more than 50 years. It was founded after the unrest of 1967, and it was built to confront poverty, hunger, inequality head-on. Today, it provides food assistance to thousands of seniors, mothers, children, and delivers nationally recognized workforce training that prepares people for high-demand jobs in IT, engineering, and advanced manufacturing. It also gives our youngest children a strong start towards Head Start and the early learning programs. When we invest in Focus Hope, and we're not just funding charity, we are funding opportunity, dignity, and self-sufficiency. We're strengthening families, building a skilled workforce, and uplifting communities. That's why continued, reliable state budget support is why I'm advocating for Focus Hope. It's so very important. It's essential to the future of metropolitan Detroit and also for Michigan. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you so much. Questions? Any questions? Okay, so this is you're seeking support for a program. So it's not it's not a construction project or anything like that.
No,
so it's a
there's
project.
no programming.
Are there any plans for like sustainable funding for this outside the state?
So they do have additional funding they have through grants and also other partnerships. You know, they've been in existence over 50 years. So they've got generally an annual budget of $35.1 million. And so they do garner funding from other support. But we have also funded them in the past with monies.
Okay, very good. All right, well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Representative Tate with Genesis Hope. Genesis Harbor of Opportunities Promoting Excellence is the project.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you all for allowing me to speak today about, I know we have two projects, the first one being Genesis Hope, which is a community service organization. Really, this project, looking for $500,000 is essentially to support one of our most vulnerable populations, which are our seniors. On the east side of Detroit, there isn't really a senior center in the area there. And what Genesis Hope is looking to do is to actually reopen, which is the Carl Thomas Senior Center, which At this point right now, it's about 1,000 square feet. They're looking to expand to 6,000 square feet. Again, for support services for our seniors, everything from whether it's transportation services, help with healthy food options. We also know too, like with certain seniors and part of our population, isolationism is a problem as well too for those communities there. So Genesis Hope has been around for quite a while. Excuse me. Actually, their executive director, Ms. Hatcher, is on the line as well too. She's here to answer any additional questions that I might not be able to. But it's been such a core part of the community. Several partners that work with them, the Detroit Area Agency on Aging, the McGregor Fund, so philanthropic organizations too that have helped support them in terms of supporting their balance sheet and as well as just delivering services for the seniors. So I'll stop right there and see if any committee members have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Tate. This is it's astonishing that there's not a senior home over there. I'm blown away by that. Talk to me about what this money is actually going to be spent on. Is it programs? Is it?
It is to expand the senior center. So the Carl Thomas Senior Center there, which was actually which is owned by Samaritas, another social service organization. So what Genesis Hope is looking to do is to acquire the facility, so the funding would go to taking over ownership and also expanding. So looking at not only expansion, but also a community kitchen as well too. But really the big piece is the capital project to expand it from 1,000 square feet to 6,000 square feet to meet the needs of the seniors in the area. And just so additional clarity, there are senior homes in the area. This is the actual dedicated senior center for the seniors in the area. Thank you.
Other questions? Rep. Cavett?
Thank you, Rep. Tate. Is there a council on aging in Wayne that provides funds for this type of center? I know in our counties, that's a strong part of our communities, our senior senators, and we usually have a millage that supports a council on aging.
Absolutely, and that's one of the partners that's engaging with Genesis Hope is the Detroit Area Agency on Aging. So they've been a partner with them. I would have to have Ms. Hatcher be able to answer the question whether there's actually been funding or just more so technical assistance to support Genesis Hope.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so my question is, so you said you want to acquire the facility. So does that mean you have to purchase it? So will the money be going towards the purchase of the facility or towards the, once it is purchased, then it would go towards the fix-up of the facility?
It would go towards both the purchase and the expansion. So Samaritas, which is a social services organization, already owns a facility. They're partners with Genesis Hope. So they're actually helping with supporting like in-kind support. I think there's going to be a discount too on the purchase. But that will be part of the funding in addition to expanding the facility as well too.
Okay, so it's kind of like a two-part, so you're requesting $1 million, so it would be a lot of the money going towards the purchase plus the fix-up. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, we're good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, and you could stay right there. We've got another one.
Still here.
Okay. Diversified Community Services and Juvenile Justice and Diversion Programs.
Yes, thank you. Thank you again, Madam Chair. Just Diversified Community Services. So this is a program that serves another part of our vulnerable populations, our kids. So this service services at-risk youth. And Diversify has been around since 2015. So essentially they work with at-risk youth youth in Detroit and Wayne County, essentially acting as support services for themselves and their families, and just teaching the kids, having them go through programming to reduce recidivism rates, and to also set them up for success to become, good citizens in their community. Currently, they serve 300 students, and the ask for $250,000 would go to expanding out their capacity right now. I know they can serve 300, but they're looking at attempting to service an additional 150 to 200 students in their program. And just they have data since they've been around for since 2015. Of the students that have been engaged, in this majority K through 8 students, there's been a 40% reduction in out-of-school suspensions, 25% reduction in chronic absenteeism, and a 76% increase in grade point average. So this has been a value add, I think, to these students and to these families. And the funds would go to expand with staff and just programming, so they can accept an additional 150 to 200 students in their program.
Okay. Questions?
You just answered the question I was going to ask.
Okay, Rep. Van Workum.
Just for clarification, Madam Chair, we're only allowed to ask about this project from Speaker Tate. No other questions? Yeah. Okay.
I think there's something more there going on. Okay, so any questions? Okay, so this is mostly for programming. My standard question regarding programming is will it be sustainable going forward into the future? So it's not necessary to come back every year and request money for this.
That's correct, Madam Chair. It's the partners that they work with and receive funding with. So the United Way of Southeast Michigan has been a strong partner with them for a number of years. Wayne County as well too. So there's local government support that's been involved in the program. So there will be other supports, other partners that they've been working with to be able to continue to support their program.
Okay, very, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, next up we have Rep. Fitzgerald with Special Olympics of Michigan and programming support.
Thank you, Chair, and I also have Melissa McKinley here joining in case there are any other technical questions on behalf of Special Olympics Michigan. But Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of my request for $1 million in state funding to expand the Unified Champion Schools program through Special Olympics Michigan. Special Olympics Michigan has received $500,000 for Unified Champion Schools annually since 2014. In fiscal year 25, SOMI received an additional $500,000 for a total of $1 million for the first time ever. With this increase in funding, Special Olympics was able to grow the program, the Unified Champion Schools program, to over 620 schools in our state, across 55 counties, serving over 12,000 students with 1,000 teachers participating. With this $1 million request today, Special Olympics intends to expand that program further to serve over 700 schools in Michigan, ultimately hoping to serve one school in at least every county in the state. This program brings students with and without disabilities together through sports, leadership, and school-wide activities, creating safer and more supportive learning and social environments. Today, more than 600 Michigan schools participate, as I mentioned, and 96% of liaisons report that the program reduces bullying and offensive language in the school. The impact extends beyond the classroom, building friendships, expanding leadership skills, and building stronger school communities. This is a responsible use of taxpayer dollars directed to a trusted nonprofit with a history and a record of accountability and results. With this support, Special Olympics will strive to place a Unified Champion School in every county, as I mentioned, all 83, which we still have a ways to go, being 55 today, all the way to 83, by the end of 2026, though. So I urge your support, and I thank you for your leadership on this, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, questions? Okay, Rep. Robinson?
I was hoping we could get some Who Let the Dogs Out, because if you've ever been to the Special Olympics, the kids love that song. What is this actually appropriation going to be spent on? Expansion means a lot. Is that more staff? What is that going to look like, please?
So that's a great question. So the program itself, the Unified Champion Schools, is that this money is about 25 to 50%, depending on what would be appropriated, of the annual budget for Unified Champion Schools. This really goes to help to, yes, administrate the program and help to start those programs, get these schools onboarded, trained, understanding of how this program works and functions for its ultimate success. But then it is turned over to the school that then does fundraisers, and they then are basically self-sustaining in that environment. But this helps to then teach those participating the skills to make it a successful program, and then Special Olympics is able to pull out and then have them be part of that community of Unified Champion Schools across the state.
Okay, I think you answered my ongoing question about sustainability.
Okay.
So I was just I had a question about the national organization. Are they contributing at all to?
Yes, I believe that Special Olympics of North America, there are a number of different sections, including international, North America, Michigan, obviously. I believe that it's just north of $800,000 that Special Olympics North America provides for this program as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Rep. Kolazar with Schoolcraft College and Masonry Apprenticeship Center.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm excited today to bring a request forward to you for $5 million in funding to support the development of the Michigan Masonry Trades Apprenticeship and Trading Center at Schoolcraft College in Livonia. This state-of-the-art 40,000 square foot facility will serve as the primary hub for training over 600 students annually in high-demand skilled trades, including bricklaying, tile setting, terrazzo work, and more. This program addresses Michigan's severe skilled labor shortage while offering students debt-free education, paid apprenticeships, and access to vital community college support services. This initiative is designed to drive workforce development and economic growth in Southeast and Central Michigan. It provides direct pathways for high school students and adults into sustainable careers with starting wages at $40 an hour plus benefits. And I'd be happy to answer any questions about it.
Okay, questions from the committee? Okay, so my question is, it's for 40,000 square foot facility. Do you have the property already purchased?
Yeah, the property's on Schoolcraft College's campus.
Okay, so this is strictly for construction?
Yes.
Okay, and administrative fees?
No, this does not have anything to do with administrative fees. This is only for the facility.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Representative Pahutsky with Boys and Girls Clubs of Southeast Michigan and General Programming Support.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee members. I think a lot of folks are familiar with the Boys and Girls Club. This appropriation would be to help them expand their BEST program model, which stands for Behavioral Health, Edutainment, Sports, Talent, and Innovation. It's a program that is helping them reach their goal of reducing childhood poverty by 50% by 2050. One of the really interesting things is that it's really experience-based. So it's, you know, the program is obviously one of the leading out-of-school programs, but this in particular offers paid opportunities for youth to work alongside industry professionals and entrepreneurs, things with fashion design, podcasting, recording, programming, all sorts of really, really interesting things, while also, you know, addressing the issue of what do kids in Southeast Michigan do outside of school hours and provide them some supports and mentorship. So I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Rep. Cavett?
No, I was just going to comment. We have a Boys and Girls Club that's had a lot of success in Alpena, but I don't really have any questions. I'm a believer in the program.
Thank you.
Rep. Robinson.
I want to thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this presentation. I am also a big fan of the Boys and Girls Club. I just recently took a tour of one in Troy, and I was blown away with the connection between the local schools and that. Do you guys offer programs? Do you busing? Is that kind of thing happening? Could you talk a little bit about that? Because it's amazing what you guys do.
They do. I've toured this location as well, and that was one of the questions that we had as well, transportation. They work with transportation. Obviously, some families are able to coordinate that independently, but this program, this location also focuses on getting kids directly from school or whatever the case may be to the program so that families don't have to worry about that, and that's really been a key to their success as well. Yes.
All right, so my question, it looks like it's both for programming and facility improvements.
Yeah, they've been doing a ton of investment in making sure that they have things on site to really be able to bring kids into industries and activities that are really, really engaging for them and make them want to come to the program rather than finding other things to spend their time. So video game design, the edutainment side of it is not just playing games, but also learning how you make a video game and do things like that. They have a recording studio on site, whether that's for podcasting or musical recording, things like that. They've partnered with Big Sean, who is from Detroit and is a recording artist that some folks may have heard of. He's been a huge investor and things like that with that particular venture. So they're looking to expand that and keep bringing in different things that engage the kids that want to use the program.
Okay, so the facility improvement isn't construction or anything like that. It's mostly just setup type things. And
there's been some of that. So it could be for equipment, but it could be also for additional construction of different things. They got a grant for this. They had outside help with this, but they completely refurbished their basketball court out there. So there are some things they're looking to do with the actual facility, but some of it is also for equipment and programming as well.
Okay, very good. We're good with that. Okay, and you have the next one as well. Next couple, it looks like. So the next is City of Livonia and a non-motorized path bridge.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Livonia has been working on mobility and connecting various trails. So this would be a combined bike and walk path along Stark Road over I-96. This is really a safety issue. This would connect trails that are currently sort of split up by I-96. So this would allow for that path to go over I-96 along Stark Road and connect other trails that are really, really popular, but sort of broken up and isolated right now.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Have you thought any other funding outside of the state funding?
Yes. My understanding is that there is also local funding that is being involved, and the project is shovel ready. They're just hoping to get a little bit more assistance with some of the funding.
Thank you.
Okay, so so you're building a bridge over 96, basically?
Yes, basically. So that would be the bike and walk path that would go over 96 along Stark Road. Mm-hmm.
So do you have the property, so the trail's on both sides, so the property's already there, it's just a matter of connecting it across the road? Okay, okay. And did you ask about other sources of funding? Okay, all right, very good. Any money go towards administrative costs?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, all right, very good. I think we're good with the questions then. All right, we'll move on to the next one, which is Livonia Public Schools, school infrastructure.
Fantastic. So this is a expansion of the Livonia Public School Thrive Track. So the Thrive Track is related to fitness at Garfield Community School. Currently, there's already programs for healthy cooking classes, student-run greenhouse, primarily to assist in the IEPs for disabled students. What these funds would go towards is an indoor fitness equipment, the purchase of indoor fitness equipment and an adaptive wellness space, as well as an outdoor track with fitness stations. So the program itself is really, really fantastic. And this would just really build on an existing strength and program that the district has. The greenhouse is really fantastic. It's student run. The cooking programs teach these kids how to make, and young adults, how to make healthy choices for themselves. And this would really just help build on those skills.
We're good with that.
You're good.
Yeah, we just want to make sure, this is Rotary Park?
Nope, I think that we had skipped around because I had it in
Okay.
a different order too. Would you like me to do the Rotary Park one first and come back to this?
Yeah, let's see.
You just
No, we don't. So go ahead and finish with that one, and then we'll move on to the Rotary
You
Park.
got it. It's really just a really fantastic opportunity to expand a successful program that's helping teach some of these folks healthy skills and contribute to a healthier lifestyle.
Okay, my standard question for programming, sustainability.
Yep. So they have some public-private partnerships. The greenhouse has been part of a public-private partnership. So this is just looking to try and find some additional funds to expand that program, but they've got some local funds, private funds. They've been really successful in fundraising for it.
Okay, very good. All right, we were all confused up here because we were looking at the Rotary Park.
I had that one ready to go, so
Okay,
I got you.
very good. All right, very good. Go ahead when you're ready.
So the pavilion in Rotary Park it was destroyed in 2024. There was a tornado that hit down in the May-June timeframe, during which a toddler was also tragically killed. It was a really tough time for the community. That pavilion is in the most popular park in Livonia, provides a central location for folks to gather, host parties. It's also where the bathrooms were for that park, so it's worth noting that it's been over a year and there have been no permanent bathroom facilities in the most utilized park in the city. There has been an insurance claim that is going to partially pay for a replacement structure. There's been private fundraising. There are local funds that are going into it. But in the bidding process, even the lowest bid is over twice as expensive as it was initially quoted or expected to be, just rising costs of everything. So despite the fact that there's other funding sources coming in, they were hoping to get a little bit more help to just rebuild it. There's a gap there in terms of like the utility of the park, but frankly, it's also kind of a really sad reminder of a really rough time, and the loss to the community overall.
Okay, questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. And this really has nothing to do with the appropriation, but are they going to do something for the 6-year-old as far as remembrance and that,
There's been a conversation with City Council about how to do that. Also, there are conversations going on with the family too about their comfort level around that. But yes, that's absolutely been at the forefront, particularly around the private fundraising aspect.
Rep. Cavett.
Yep. Thank you, Rep. Is this just for Livonia residents? Do people outside the community have to pay to go into the park?
So no one has to pay to go into the park. There's a fee to reserve the pavilion, obviously. That's, pretty typical. But no, there are people that come from all over the place to use this park. It's kind of at the center of the city. It's got a huge, pretty recently constructed play structure that's ADA accessible. It's a huge asset, not just to Livonia, but surrounding communities as well. And the fact that, the kind of focal point of that park, the central gathering place, and the bathrooms aren't there has been a really big detriment.
Thank you.
Is Rotary International contributing at all, or local Rotary clubs?
The local Rotary Club is, in fact, leading the private fundraising. I believe they have around $100,000 already committed to it. So they're doing their part. But again, with those rising costs and the bids coming in at a significantly higher number, it's just been a little bit more difficult to get us to a point where we can move forward with it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Rep. Grant with the Mel Trotter Ministries and the Workforce Housing Development.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. I have a enhancement grant proposal for Mel Trotter Ministries and the construction of a tiny home village. Little background on Mel Trotter: they were founded in 1900 with a mission to focus on helping individuals experiencing homelessness and hunger. And so for the last 125 years, they've been doing that. They're located in downtown Grand Rapids. They also have housing throughout Grand Rapids, but it really services people throughout Kent County and not just Grand Rapids residents. This project that is before you is a request for $400,000. And the money would be spent on, the project has already started. To date, they have already constructed several tiny homes, and there are individuals who will be moving into those units. But the total project is for 1,600 tiny homes, consisting of 4 2-bedroom and 12 1-bedroom homes. It's also connected to a workforce development program. So Mel Trotter Ministries partnered with a program that trains people when it comes to construction, individuals who have been homeless or dealt with other issues. And once they help them address those issues by going through programs, they're able to join the workforce development program. And they have been the individuals who are constructing these homes and have the opportunity to stay in them once they are constructed, along with other members of the community experiencing homelessness. So there was funding already secured that would help several of the homes be constructed and move forward. The $400,000 ask that is in front of you, it will go towards the larger $4.4 million project. Funding has been secured for the first 10 homes, and the project requires an additional $1.4 million to complete the last 6. That includes the construction of the homes, as well as security lighting, sidewalks, landscaping, and the other things needed to put the entire project together. They noted that if there's a smaller allocation, they will use funding to complete as many of the final 6 homes as they can, but they have done a tremendous job already securing funding and already working on those first 10, and the last 6 would be the final step.
Thank you very much. Questions, Rep. Cavett?
Yep, thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Rep. Grad. I appreciate your commit to housing. A lot of communities have square footage requirements, and tiny homes don't necessarily fit that at the moment. So there's a lot of regulatory hurdles that you have to go to. The local communities have put ordinances and things. Have you been able to clear the way with that, with these tiny homes? Is the community welcoming to this kind of concept? And could you just elaborate a little bit on that experience, on how you managed to navigate to get a community of tiny homes? Because we certainly would like to do that in my part of the state too.
Well, I would love to talk to you later about some things, but about some legislation. But for this specifically, Grand Rapids has been, the city of Grand Rapids has been a great partner in this project, and has been a little bit more progressive in allowing more diverse types of housing that will fit the population that it serves. And so there are no barriers for this housing. They've already started the project, and like we said, people are moving in, and the city has been a great partner in that.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Workham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard a presentation earlier from your colleague that was doing some similar things on homelessness and Mel Trotter Industries and a larger collaborative. Is this a part of that program as well, or is this separate from what they're trying to do with Degage and others?
So I'm sorry that I was unable to hear that individual presentation. Mel Trotter does have partnerships with other organizations like Degage helps people who are facing addictions and other programs like that. I do not believe that they are involved in this program. This program is really their workforce development arm that subsequently addresses homelessness.
Thank you.
Okay, so I probably missed it, but the request is for $400,000, but you said the total cost of the project was 1.4 million. So
for the six.
For the 6 homes.
Yes, for the 6 homes, and they've secured the rest of that funding. So this will help finish that gap funding and allow them to do all 6 homes.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Rep. Snyder with Muskegon County and blight removal for housing development.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. I am here today on behalf of a legislative directing spending request for the Shaw Walker project in Muskegon, on behalf of Muskegon County, for what is truly a transformational housing project in my community. When it was originally constructed, the Shaw Walker Furniture Factory was the world's largest furniture factory, employing hundreds and developing the modern office. It was from here that Shaw Walker invented the original hanging file. But for my entire life, the building has laid abandoned, blighted, and an eyesore to all as they enter downtown Muskegon. Today, nearly 700,000 square feet of the factory remain, and this project will be what we believe is the largest adaptive reuse housing project in Michigan, resulting in over 525 new market rate housing units. The project alone is a 5% increase in the housing stock to the city of Muskegon. The project has wide support and buy-in from all levels of local government and the state, including being one of the state's first transformational brownfield projects. It's also important to note that this project, which was a previously negotiated item in last year's budget, so this is restoring a line item veto from the fiscal year 24 budget. It's hard to describe the excitement in our community that we have seen for this project now that people are seeing work take place on this property. Work has started with the work of removing over 8,000 broken windows and the site buzzing with activity that hasn't been seen in decades. Muskegon County performed a housing needs assessment in 2023 that determined the county is in need of over 9,000 housing units by 2027 in order to meet the current demand for housing in the county. And this project will supply almost 6% of the needed total units of that study and will address the biggest piece of blight in our county. So with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Rep. Cavett.
Is this qualified for brownfield money?
Yes.
Has the state received, or has the project received any brownfield money?
Yes. Okay. This is the capital stack for this project is put together and is received. The total project, I believe, is over $225 million. So it's been a combination of all forms.
Lots of bites out of the elephant.
Lots of bites to get to the total.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, so my question probably goes along with that. I was just curious about contamination, being that it was a former factory. Is there any money cost that would come from the grant going towards cleanup or anything like that?
So I'm not specific about this grant, but I know there was conversations with Eagle about some mitigation of some things that were on the property, and that's ongoing. It has started, and we see every day. I know Rep. Van Workum would agree with driving by just to see the progress of what is happening there is pretty incredible.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a good project. So would the $5 million complete the project, or would you need more money to going forward?
That is the request. Yes, would complete the capital stack.
Okay, very good. All right, we will move on to your next project then, which is Beyond Basics in Literacy Intervention Programs.
Beyond Basics is a 501c3 nonprofit organization founded in 1999 dedicated to transforming students' lives through literacy. They have received funding from the state in the past, and this money would allow them to continue what they have been doing and expand in neighborhood districts. The 2024 National Assessment of Educational Progress report reveals that no state has more than 43% of 8th graders reading at proficiency. Michigan ranks 41st in the nation. By leveraging existing school infrastructure, Beyond Basics serves as a turnkey solution for districts seeking effective, results-driven literacy support. For 20 years, Beyond Basics has been at the forefront of addressing Michigan's literacy crisis. The organization's Gold Star Standard to Reading Proficiency is a comprehensive phonics-based intervention model that helps students make significant reading gains, often advancing 1 or more grade levels within just 6 weeks' time. The organization currently operates in just over 50 school districts across 10 Michigan counties and employs over 250 trained tutors statewide. Each one of those tutors receives approximately $3,000 in professional training and mentorship to ensure the delivery of high-quality, impactful instruction. I would just add that for me in my community, this is active in both Muskegon and Orchard View schools, and they have the districts both really have seen great progress with that. And there was a report that was due to the State Department of Education on October 1st, which is hot off the press, and I do have here, for a 3-year pilot program that was originally funded by the state that shows improvement in the 3 regions that were funded in the pilot, the Western region, Central region, and Northern region. But it showed that of students participating in the programming, their reading level advanced by approximately 2.5 grade levels through their time in the program. So,
questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Schneider. This is obviously a great program, but what is the appropriation actually going to go for? Is it for more staff? What is it going for?
Yeah, I would say it's for expansion in neighborhood or neighboring districts to where they're at. But also the ability to expand outside of those districts, because when the funding for the training for the tutors is the key part, because they want to make sure they're qualified to be able to teach and train their program, right? Not just anybody can do that. So they want to make sure that they're having the qualified tutors that are there, and this would be able for them to expand.
Just to be clear, so the money is for training?
Yes.
Okay.
So that then they can expand elsewhere with additional tutors in their program.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so how many counties do you think it'll span to?
So it's currently, I think, in 10.
Okay,
and over 50 districts.
Okay.
I know they're looking at some other counties. I know. I believe they're looking at Ottawa County, especially. I believe Rep. DeBoer has been showed interest in this as well. So.
Okay, and again, just as far as programs, what is their plan for sustainability going forward?
I know that they have raised significant dollars in terms of donations and raising that to help be sustainable. But I think this would help increase their ability to expand more rapidly.
Okay. All right.
Understanding.
Very good.
Thank
you very much. All right. Next up, we have Rep. McFall with Hazel Park Fire Department and a new fire truck. Thanks for waiting around so long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you, committee members. Our firefighters put their lives on the line every day to protect the people of Hazel Park, but right now they're being asked to do that work with a ladder truck that's nearly 3 decades old. It was built in 1998, and this truck has served us well, but is no longer reliable. The bucket, I spoke with a couple of the firefighters the other day. The bucket often gets stuck. And we do have a senior high rise in our city, which requires that we have that type of equipment. Even worse, the engine often does not start on the first try. Yeah. And one of the water pumps recently has decided to sort of work sometimes. So even more concerning, the truck is out of compliance with the National Fire Prevention Association. And that doesn't just put our firefighters at risk, it impacts our community's ISO rating, which directly affects the families and businesses pay their insurance costs. In other words, every day we delay, we're risking both safety and higher costs for the residents of Hazel Park. Hazel Park deserves better. Our firefighters deserve equipment they can count on, and investing the $2.5 million request in a new ladder truck is not a luxury. It's a necessity to keep our community safe, protect our homes and businesses, and ensure that Hazel Park continues to thrive. I will say that Hazel Park tends to be a very resourceful city, and our firefighters are, I would put our firefighters up against any other city's firefighters. When we were having financial trouble, they all agreed to take pay cuts so that nobody had to get let go. And that was in 2008. So I always stand by our firefighters because they've always stood by our community.
That's great. Thank you. Questions, Rep. Gavitt?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Rep. McFall. I appreciate you advocating for the fire services. And I'll share my frustrating experience trying to seek funding for a fire truck also. I did not receive that appropriation when asked. And we had to sell bonds. Is that something your community can do? Or if not, what's the next plan if you don't receive funding?
Honestly, I don't know, because I know that they have applied, because our fire department and our fire chief is very resourceful, always looking for grants for different things and getting different equipment. Our community is not a very wealthy community. We have a high poverty rate in our community and high property taxes, which is a whole nother conversation that we should all be having. But so I don't know what the next step would be, because we're kind of at a point where we don't know where to go.
Okay. Thank you. It's an honest answer, sir.
Thanks.
Other questions? Okay, so compared to some of the other fire truck asks, this is 2.5. The others are around $1 million. Is it because it's a ladder truck?
Yes, the ladder trucks are very expensive.
Okay.
And even if we order it now, it's still going to take like 2 years before we get it, because that's a whole nother thing that we should be talking about. But about the manufacturers of the trucks. So
okay. Yeah, that was going to be one of my other questions. And then is there equipment included in this other than like standard equipment I'm talking like things that you need for, the firefighters themselves to.
Oh, no, you mean like their uniforms and all that? No, they get, we recently got a federal grant that helped get some brand new helmets and all the other equipment. So no, this is just for the truck.
Strictly the truck. Okay, very good. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay. Next up, we have Rep. Liberati with Allen Park Fire Department and a new fire truck.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee. Just as Representative McFall said, we're looking for $1.4 million for a Class A Pierce fire pumper to replace a 20-year-old unit that's lived its lifetime. They do have a grant money. The cost is a little bit more. This was in there, and they were doing repairs to the fire station recently and found it was in disrepair a lot more than they thought. So we bonded out for that. So they're kind of strapped right now, and this would really help.
Okay, questions?
I'll spare you my stories. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, so how long do you think it would take to?
18 months.
18 months, okay. Yep. And no other kind of firefighter?
It's just the equipment on that truck.
Just the equipment on that truck, so nothing else. Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. On to the next page. Whoops, sorry to make all that noise. Okay, we're making progress. All right, Representative Herzberg is up next with the City of Wayne and Atwood Park accessibility improvements. Yeah, you wanna please- And lean forward if you don't mind so we can hear you.
I'm here on behalf of Representative Herzberg in the 25th House District. We're here seeking $212,000 in state budget for Atwood Park in the city of Wayne. Atwood Park is the city's largest park at approximately 27 acres and has a 1 mile long walking path that has been in place for 30 years. We're seeking funding to renovate the walking path because it's in a pretty bad state of disrepair right now, and we're looking to make it ADA compliant as well. The city wants to prioritize the funding for this, but because of financial constraints, they're unable at the time. So if you have any questions, I can answer those.
Very good. Any questions? Rep. Robinson?
Yeah, could you speak specifically of where the appropriation money is going to go?
Yeah, so it would go to the city of Wayne, and they would use those funds to, first of all, they're going to remove the existing walkway, and then they're going to grade and reshape it once it's removed, and then they're going to install 52,900 square feet.
So it's all construction?
Yeah, all construction.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. That was my question too.
Yeah,
So,
thank you, Madam Chair.
all right, thank you. All right, next up we have Rep. Hoskins with the City of Lathrop and water main replacement.
Yeah. Trying to be like you when I grow up. That's all right. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee for allowing me to testify this afternoon. I'm here because, like many communities, the city of Lathrop Village, and it is a city, not a village, they are facing aging infrastructure. And so this request is going to help replace a 97-year-old undersized cast iron water main, hopefully addressing critical infrastructure issues that directly impact the community's water system. The existing water main has been prone to frequent breaks, more than 10 in the past 10 years, indicating its age and vulnerability. The significant interior buildup of minerals, reduces water flow, potentially compromising the water quality and pressure. By replacing the water main, the project will improve overall water quality and making it safer for consumption and use. Additionally, the replacement will enhance the system reliability as well as boost the area's firefighting capability and helping protect the property and lives of people in case of fire. There's been a lot of issues with the water pressure because of the mains in Lathrop Village, obviously because of the age of them. And the city of Lathrop Village partners, it is encompassed by the city of Southfield, completely encompassed by the city of Southfield. So they partner with the city of Southfield for their fire services. And this is part of the contract, that they have, that Lathrop Village has with Southfield, is that they have to make sure that they are doing everything they can to be able to provide water in case there's a fire. So this is something that is definitely needed for the city of Lathrop Village, and I'm happy to answer any questions about it.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Rep.
Not necessarily a
Robinson?
question, but this is an issue that's it needs to be addressed. So I'm glad that you're bringing this forward because this is happening all over the state. But this is just one of the more expensive ones. So, thank you.
Any other? Nope. Okay. So obviously you're making the pipes bigger. I assume they're replacing them with bigger pipes so the pressure's better. So is this affect the entire community, or is it like the downtown area that'll be affected most, or houses, or, just curious as to how far the reach is that this will, the effect it'll have.
Yeah, so Lathrop Village is about a 1.5 square mile city. So this is going to be the northern part of the city. Last term I was able to get an appropriation for the western part of the city to replace water mains there. And so we're just kind of chipping away, trying to get as much of the city as possible.
Okay, very good. So I assume this would help with like economic development and things like that, because if there's better water pressure, it's going to be better for the businesses and that sort of thing, as well as, you know, the families that live there.
Yeah, absolutely.
They'll have nicer showers, I'm sure. So, so anyway, okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right, next up we have Rep. McKinney, and he has Build On Inc., Detroit's Service Learning Program.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair and the members of the committee. My name is Donovan McKinney. I am testifying in support of my LDSI request to designate $2 million for Build On, a service learning program that addresses the critical disconnection between classroom education and students' experiences and communities facing systematic challenges. For folks who do not know, this organization is a year-round program, and its activities include in-class and out-of-school projects, service days, and workforce readiness experiences, all structured around the IPARD, which is a service learning framework, which means investigation, preparation, action, reflection, and demonstration. The IPARD process is a dynamic journey that intertwines community engagement with students' mental wellness and academic growth. Students who demonstrate their commitment to local service have the opportunity to travel with Build On a 2-week service learning trip to help build a school in the developing world. And I have to say, when I was 15 years old, I was part of this program, and my first ever trip or time on a plane was to Managua, Nicaragua, to help build a school in one of the remote villages there. It changed my life. Probably would not have become a state rep if I did not do that type of work. And students who participate obviously attend 15 more school days annually than their peers that graduate high school at an average rate of 98%, are more civically engaged, and gain confidence in leadership skills that will benefit post-graduation. Their budget request will allow them to expand from 4 partner high schools in the area to 10, and more than double their student outreach to 4,364 students each year. These students are 98% youth of color and 86% from low-income households. And then they will also contribute overwhelmingly over 19,000 service hours addressing community needs with local grassroots organizations, while they experience tremendous personal growth. So I'll leave it there. I'll spare you with the details, but this program is amazing, and that's why I'm testifying in support of it.
Thank you. Questions? Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the budget request, and it expand from 4 partner high schools to 10.
Yes.
So where's the appropriations going to be spent? Is it on increasing staff?
Oh, yes. Yeah, increasing
Money
staff
going.
capacity.
Talk about that.
Yeah. It's staff capacity at the school so they can service more children. But also is going towards like programming, because it costs to run the programs. And then you partner up with different organizations who have some monies, but a lot of them are just nonprofits just trying to, do that service learning aspect and help kids get involved in their community early on. Yeah.
Other questions? Okay, sustainability. How does this program plan to be sustainable going forward?
Yeah, no, it's been around since I was a kiddo. I think it's been around since the early 2000s. So it has a history. They do a lot of grant writing and trying to find different philanthropy organizations. They do a lot of big galas and fundraisers. But this is an opportunity to expand the program here, because they're not only here, they're in different parts of the country as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, so you said other grants, they've gone for
Yeah,
other
yeah,
grants,
oh,
so
yeah.
they do have other funding sources.
Yes.
So. Okay, very good. Well, we will move on to your next one then.
Yes.
Which is the Michigan Black Business Alliance and general funding support.
Yeah, so for those folks who don't know, a $1 million state appropriation request to the Michigan Black Business Alliance is an investment in Michigan small business community. It will help create high-quality jobs across the state, across various industries, ensuring the economic strength of the state. Additionally, the investment in MBBA will support families, strengthen local economies, and keeping talent rooted in Michigan. This funding ensures the state is working to create economic freedom for tens of thousands of Michiganders, responsible employers who will be able to reinvest in the communities where they operate. It also helps grow the tax base that funds schools, infrastructure, and vibrant public spaces. Through this appropriation, Michigan retains talent, sustains small business, the lifeblood of Michiganders, leading in the nation in the creation of thriving communities. I'm sure you guys heard about this particular group. They were really adamant about the paid, paid sick time and family leave fight, and they're really good in terms of mobilizing and developing talent. And when this is a time where we want to invest in our entrepreneurs, like they do a lot of services, and that's why I'm here in support of that appropriation for them to keep expanding.
Okay, questions? You have a question? Rep. Robinson?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, where's the money going to go?
Yes.
What's it going to be used for?
Yes. Expanding capacity efforts. They do a lot, like in terms of helping these small businesses, like in its infancy, to be able to grow, and then they also connect them within their network, and then also they try to find grants for them too to help grow. So this is about like expanding their capacity, because even though they're based in Detroit, they service the whole entire state.
When you say expand capacity, you're talking more staff or more room?
No, more room.
Got it.
Yeah.
So more room, does that mean construction or is renovation? Or?
Yeah, more like it's a little bit, because they got a location in Detroit, but they're looking to like do different areas across the state.
Okay.
And then they also like create these type of hubs, and so some of that money's going to go to there. Some of it's going to go to a little bit of staff too. So
okay.
Yeah.
So will they have to purchase these facilities and other
No,
places?
they're already in the works.
They're already
Yeah,
there.
they're already in the works. This is just about like operation, and then making sure that they can tap in and help as many small businesses as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
So sustainability again, they
go through grants writing all the
Okay.
time. They got a good membership, good bones.
Okay. All right.
infrastructure.
Very
Yeah.
good. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, and then you have another one.
Two more.
Two more. Oh my gosh. Okay. The next one is Say Detroit. Say Detroit
Yes.
Play Center. Yes.
So Say Detroit used to be a rec center owned by the city of Detroit. It closed down during the bankruptcy era when the city was going broke. And what happened is, for those folks who don't know the story about Say Detroit, you guys heard of Mitch Albom and Matthew Stafford? They came together and really help rebuild this particular center, expand it. They have an educational wing named after Matthew Stafford and his wife. I was there at the grand opening, the ribbon cutting, I believe last year. But they do so much. So this money isn't going to go for infrastructure or building capacity. It's about expanding the program services. And they do a lot in that community. It borders the 48205 zip code, if you know anything about that area in Northeast Detroit. I mean, you know, Rep. Robinson, what's going on over there. It's one of the highest homicide rates in the country, and for years. And so this is an opportunity for kids to have that access, and really bridge that gap to help these kids live a better life, and let them know that there's something bigger out there for them. Yeah.
Okay. Questions? All right.
And our last one.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Go on to the next.
Hold on one second. I want to make sure I got my papers. Okay, so this one is the main project, which is the Michigan Avenue Innovation Network Technology Corridor Study for $380,000. After completing 2 preliminary studies on the Michigan Avenue Innovation Network corridor in 2022 and 2024, the first by students at the University of Michigan Ross School of Business. Don't hate me for saying this, but go blue. And the second, it is a SimCog funded study, which included 7 communities along the corridor. The main partners are ready to conduct a comprehensive, action-ready study of the main corridor for each community along the corridor. So in this phase of the plan, they would do a comprehensive study of the 20.1 mile Michigan Avenue corridor between Detroit and Ann Arbor. And then this study will assess the road's construction, utility capacity, right-of-way boundaries, zoning, potential for attracting technology businesses and mixed-use development, brownfields, redevelopment opportunities, connected and autonomous vehicles, a charging lane, and partnerships with mobility-focused organizations in Michigan. The study will also make specific recommendations for land use, expanding utility capacity, zoning, planning, and transportation along the corridor. The study will create a budget, timeline, and implementation plan for each section of the Michigan Avenue along the main corridor. The study will be completed with the input of leaders, residents, and other stakeholders from each community between Detroit and Ann Arbor.
On the wrong thing. Questions? Okay, so it's for a study.
Yes.
So once the study is finished, then what are your plans for funding the actual project then?
Yeah, so they're looking to, some more state funding, federal as well, and then a mix of like some of the business support, corporate and philanthropy too.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, very good. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, next up we have Rep. Burns with Wayne Metro Community Action Agency and essential infrastructure upgrades and shelter services. And we also have Rep. Myers Phillips as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak to you about this request today. I was proud to sponsor the item, and Rep. Myers Phillips is a co-sponsor, so we figured if it was okay with you, Chair, we would address the committee together. So our LDSI asks for $1.75 million for the Wayne Metro Community Action Agency's Head Start and shelter facilities. Head Start is essential for early childhood education, literacy, child development, and financial security into adulthood. And the temporary shelter services reduce the harm associated with homelessness and connect individuals with services that promote long-term stability. The funding that we've requested will be used for HVAC improvements, asbestos remediation, and parking lot repairs at facilities in Dearborn Heights and Hamtramck, where Head Start and shelter services are provided. This funding really exemplifies the adage, a pinch of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Our goal is to address existing issues with the HVAC systems, asbestos remediation, and parking lot repairs now, so that these items don't wind up costing us even more down the road. And I'll pass it to my colleague.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rep. Burns. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. I'd just like to add, for additional context, Wayne Metro was founded in 1971 as a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and as of 2015, it became the Community Action Agency for the area through the federal 1964 Economic Opportunity Act. The organization currently serves 75,000 low and moderate income residents throughout Wayne County by providing financial capability education, Head Start, GED preparation, and services for those experiencing homelessness, among other key services. This appropriation from Wayne Metro ensures that our kids and our families in the greatest of need will be able to obtain resources in a safe and healthy environment, ultimately reducing the longer-term costs for the state by making this investment now. Thank you very much for the chance to speak about these funds to benefit the residents of Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, and other Wayne County communities, and we will be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for testifying. So just to be clear, this allotment will affect the two locations, or will it be more than that? And could you talk a little bit about what the actual money will go for? Thank you.
Absolutely, yes, happy to do that. So it will impact 2 Wayne Metro locations, one in Dearborn Heights, where I represent, and the other in Hamtramck, where Rep. Myers-Phillips is a representative. I can speak directly to the Dearborn Heights location. The Wayne Metro location in the Heights is located in a former Catholic school, and so that building was constructed back in the 1950s, and we know that buildings are put together a little bit differently nowadays, and materials that are different, are utilized. So we're really looking to kind of shore up these locations and make sure that both are kind of safe, healthy spaces, as my colleague mentioned, for our kids to spend their time, for Head Start programs, and for any shelter services that they provide. And the money will primarily go towards that asbestos removal, HVAC system upgrades, which are desperately needed. I can share the Heights location I took a tour of, I think it was last spring, and it was actually a pretty chilly day out. I walked through the facility, the old school building. I was sweating. It was so hot in there. I mean, imagine being a young child, maybe 4 years old, trying to learn. And the facility it's well maintained, it's cared for to the best of the organization's ability. But it would be very tough to learn and feel comfortable in that environment. I was struggling as an adult. Yeah.
Yes, and similarly, the funds would be used to make essential repairs and upgrades in the Hamtramck facility, which I toured also. And I took my tour on a summer day, so I was very, very hot. So the physical upgrades are important. And another really cool thing about Wayne Metro, as I mentioned and Rep. Burns highlighted, it serves the entire county of Wayne. So the funds would be used to upgrade these facilities, but also provide these just essential services to thousands of residents throughout Wayne County. So it's a really cool and impactful program.
Thank you.
Very good. Other questions? So is this going strictly to the upgrades, or are there also services as well that will be funded with this money?
That's a great question. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this money is really meant for these facility upgrades. As I think is the case for both of our communities. Wayne Metro is a phenomenal organization, and they have really done a good job of occupying and kind of rehabbing existing older structures, and those structures are in need of some love at this point. So that's where we're looking to send those dollars.
Okay, very good. And then will administrative costs be a part of that funding, or will that come from somewhere else?
They will not, and I just wanted to add that the emergency shelter services will receive funding from this appropriation as well, if approved.
Okay, so there will be some services as well as the
very, very critical services.
Okay,
yes.
all right, very good. All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for waiting around all this time. Rep. Burns, it looks like you're up again.
Yep.
With HYPE Athletics and Literacy and Reading Access Program.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee members. I'm happy to be here today to testify in support of my request to enhance literacy programming offered by HYPE Athletics and Safe Psychology and Wellness Center. I also want to acknowledge Rep. Peter Hersberg, who co-sponsored this item, and thank him for that. So HYPE provides high-quality, out-of-school time programming that gives children across our community safe, structured, and inspiring opportunities to learn and grow beyond the school day. More than 10,000 children across multiple school districts have been served by HYPE's before and after school programming and summer enrichment offerings. HYPE's literacy programming specifically will reach roughly 1,200 students across Dearborn, Detroit, Redford, and Wayne Westland annually. Participants will receive free after-school and summer literacy programs focused on improving reading fluency, comprehension, and vocabulary, among other skills, across our elementary student population. Programming includes individualized tutoring, culturally relevant reading materials, and literacy-based family engagement nights. Anticipated outcomes include increased reading proficiency rates, parent literacy involvement, which we know is so important, academic confidence, which is, of course, critical for our children. Funding HYPE's literacy programming will directly support families by providing impactful opportunities for their kids outside of the traditional school hours. This appropriation for HYPE Athletics ensures that youth and families will have access to the resources they need in a safe, productive environment. We're asking for $400,000 to support hiring of staff and programmatic materials and needs. And I just want to thank everyone again for the opportunity to come before the committee, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Questions? No? Okay, so programming. My question always sustainability. It's going towards staff and programming. So if the money, it runs out at the end of the year and you don't get reappropriated, how will they plan to sustain that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. So I will say the leadership team at Hype Athletics is top tier. They have an annual fundraising event that is always hugely successful, very well attended. So they are constantly raising money to reach as many young people throughout Wayne County as possible. And they are really just in the process year round of seeking dollars, sometimes from grant funding, sometimes from other sources. And I have no doubt they're out there pounding the pavement. So I think to your question, the goal right now is to expand this already successful kind of far-reaching program. And this will be kind of a funding source to keep them afloat and do that expansion in the meantime. And then they'll seek long-term funding as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you
All
all
right,
so much.
we're good. Thank you. All right, next up we have Rep. Alexander with City of Harbor Beach and North Park Campground.
Thank you, Chair Arnold, and committee members for allowing me to speak today. I'm here in support of a $1 million legislatively directed spending request for the City of Harbor Beach, and it's going to be directly into the North Park Campground expansion. It's a municipality-owned facility, and it's currently operating at it's one of the most popular ones in the state of Michigan, and it's right on the water. So it's operating full all the time with quite often a waiting list. The project will add 87 new campsites, and the demand is undeniable. It's filled, running at capacity. The benefits of the expansion go far beyond recreation. The campground's already a major economic driver. A recent Michigan State University study shows it contributes about $1.5 million annually in regional economic activity, supports 16 local jobs, and generates more than $750,000 in regional income. With the planned expansion, those numbers increase dramatically. An additional $1 million in economic activity, 11 new additional jobs, and more than $540,000 in additional income are expected with this. That kind of impact is significant and lasting to a small community like that. Equally important in the project is designed to be fiscally sustainable. The City of Harbor Beach uses campground revenues to maintain and improve not only the campground, but also other city parks as well. So it expands beyond just the campground. It reduces the reliance on general fund issues and eases the financial pressure to the taxpayers locally. It's a model of how a community asset can generate its own revenue stream to support broader public services. From an environmental perspective, the city has done its due diligence. A Phase 2 environmental site assessment has been completed to ensure the expansion complies with Michigan's environmental standards. The city is committed to meeting all due care obligations, ensuring its project is safe, responsible, and protective of both public health and natural resources. This is, in every sense, a wise and responsible use of taxpayers' dollars. It enhances access to recreation, grows Michigan's tourism economy, supports jobs, and generates long-term sustainable revenue for local government. And because its funding supports a publicly owned and operated facility, it fully complies with Article 4, Section 30 of Michigan Constitution. I would appreciate your support on this project. Thank you
so much. Questions? Yep, Rep. Cavett.
Thanks, Rep. Alexander, for being here and advocating for your community. Tell us a little bit more about the campground. What are the funds? $1 million? Is it building more sites? Are they updating the wastewater treatment or bathrooms? Or
yes,
just elaborate
there's
a little on
87 additional new sites and infrastructure for all those. Also, it includes water and sewer hookup. With sewer discharge going to the facility owned by the city, and additional fire retention and protection as well.
How many are there now? 87. Is this doubling the capacity? So the town's really going to boom from some of this
Almost
income?
Almost double.
So they'll be able to take care of more parks?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, very good.
Awesome.
So has the city of Harbor Beach contributed to the project as well, or they just?
They have
Okay.
initially, yes.
Okay, and
they've already done the environmental assessment. That's
Okay,
paid for.
so all the administrative things are out of the way, and this will go strictly towards the
Correct.
construction costs and things like that. Okay.
Infrastructure only.
Okay, very good. That's what we
And
like to hear. And I do like to see sustainable revenue stream. That's something that I'm always looking for. So,
awesome.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Okay, next up we have Rep. Aragona with Maggie's Wigs for Kids and Operation Funding Support.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. I know it's late, so we'll try and keep this as brief as possible. I also have Representative St. Germain, who's been working on this project with me. Maggie's Wigs for Kids is a nonprofit organization that helps kids with cancer and other diseases who lose their hair to get wigs, get realistic wigs, and they treat these kids like humans in a time where it's very difficult for them and their life may be in danger. So it's a very tough situation that these kids are going through. Maggie's Wigs for Kids steps in. Unfortunately, this isn't something that insurance regularly covers. If you're an adult and you need a wig, insurance usually covers that, but when you're a child, because as any of the parents on the committee know, kids usually change, they grow, their bodies are developing, and that doesn't stop with your head and your hair. So these wigs often need to be changed out. They use, again, as realistic wigs as possible. They bring the kids in and try and allow them to have some fun in a time that's a little different for them and can even sometimes be embarrassing. So they do their best to give these kids some love and some attention when they're going through an incredibly difficult time in their life. I've mentioned that they're very realistic wigs. They also have some fun wigs because sometimes these kids are very young. You'd be surprised by the number of Elsa-looking wigs from Frozen that they have also given to kids. So this appropriation is for this nonprofit. They've serviced kids throughout Michigan, and they're just trying to do some good. They're based out of St. Clair Shores, Michigan. So I'll turn it over to.
So like Joe said, Maggie's Wigs for Kids services roughly 5,600 kids. I can tell you, we both have toured their facility. It's just top notch, and it does bring a tear to your eye. I mean, you can't help but feel something for these kids. I know firsthand what it's like to go through something like this. My mom has had skin cancer since she was in her 30s. She's been wearing a wig for 40 years now, and especially, I mean, she's an adult and went through this, but you can imagine what kids feel, the self-conscious feeling they have. So it's a really great organization. I can't say enough about it. They do a ton of, as much as they can with fundraising, so they're doing all the right things. But like Joe said, health insurance does not cover these wigs, and if we could just help out as a state. They're the only organization, I believe, in the United States that does what they do. So very important cause, and I think we owe it to them to do everything we can as a state.
Thank you very much. Questions? Okay, so my question is then, so the money, how is it going to be used exactly? So you're looking for $250,000. Is it a pot of money that goes, and so the kids families can tap into that money, and then they can get the wigs that way, or is it for running the program, or?
Yeah, so both. It's operational costs because they do have a building where it's easiest to get one of these childs a wig if they can bring them into their facility that's down on Harper and St. Clair Shores. They have an area that's set up for It kind of looks similar to like a salon, right? Because they can kind of help the kids and shape their, get the shape of their skull and kind of help figure out what design they want. So there's an ongoing cost just for the operational side of those capital expenditures that are there. They also have like a game room for the kids, and it's not a sterile clinical environment. It's meant to be more of a fun environment for the kids. So it's that plus also helping with the cost because wigs can be very expensive. It's not, sometimes when you think of a wig, you think of like a Halloween costume you can find on Amazon that's a couple of bucks. These are not those, and obviously you wouldn't want somebody going through cancer treatments to have something that low cost. You'd want them to have something that they're proud of, that they can wear out in public, and that's what they're trying to achieve. So it's many thousands of dollars for each one of these units. So.
Okay, very good. And just a question I've been asking everybody about sustainability. So going forward, as far as the programming and that sort of thing, how do they plan to sustain that if they are not able to get state money going forward?
So it will be very difficult without state money. This is a organization that has been receiving state dollars for a number of years, so it will be very difficult without. However, they do have a couple of big fundraisers throughout the year, and they've become very well known, especially in the Macomb County area, even outside of the Macomb County area, but very much in the Macomb County area. So if you go on their website, you can see a number of different organizations that support them, donate to them, and even do their own fundraisers for Maggie's Wigs for Kids.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys sticking around so long. All right, next up we have Representative Frisbee with Calhoun County Sheriff's Office and taser replacements.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. We appreciate all your hard work over the course of the last months. Thank you for allowing me to testify on my legislative directed spending request for the Calhoun County Sheriff's Office. My request is for $737,700 so that 3 departments, not just the Sheriff's Department, but the Sheriff's Department, the Marshall Police Department, and the Albion Department of Public Safety can upgrade their tasers from Axon X226P to the Axon T10. This money would be used to purchase 36 T10 tasers and provide training on how to properly use it. The Axon T10 will help protect officers, ensure better outcomes in critical encounters, and enhance public trust in law enforcement practices, and further enhance non-lethal force options. I'll turn it over to Sheriff Hinckley, who recently led his organization's efforts to achieve their national accreditation. Sheriff Hinckley.
Sure, thank you, and I'm pretty proud of that accreditation. We are the 5th sheriff's office in the state to be accredited for the law enforcement accreditation. Very proud to be part of that. So I think it's I'm so happy to be here and take the opportunity to testify. What you'll find in our area is we are very committed to collaboration and working together. That's why all 3 of these agencies, we place this request together. We're trying to do everything that we can to reduce the cost to the taxpayers overall, rather than function independently. It doesn't serve the taxpayer correctly and the citizen correctly. So we constantly work together in that collaboration. One of the things this one-time opportunity would allow us to adequately budget for a replacement plan for the tasers. And when I was elected, so this is my 35th year, and this is my 2nd term. But during that first term, one of my focus is long-term replacement planning for equipment through the jail and for the law enforcement, and this will allow us to really fit that back into an opportunity. This also allows us. Right now, the tasers that we have are just extremely old. They're not functioning. They're basically the first off the market. And so this will allow us to get back to the quality equipment, to the equipment that is operational. It'll also activate the video, that everything can be on video, and it'll also fit right into our less lethal plan and operations for our communities. So this is just a great opportunity, and this is just a wonderful opportunity to serve our community and benefit both officers and the community.
Okay, thank you very much. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. I had an appropriation asked for Utica for tasers. I was wondering if you could go into detail, because the tasers that became tasers, could you talk about the technology and how it's evolved, and how long, if you were to get this appropriation, would these tasers last?
Yeah, so this is it is interesting. So right now, we're outside of a window where the Taser Corporation, our tasers are so old that they support us on the legal side of operating. So we're outside of that window because our tasers are so old that they will not support us if there is a legal difficulty. So this brings us back into that window with the proper equipment. This technology now will actually activate, I believe it's up to 10 different, so it has 10 different, probably not the good word to use, firing mechanisms to use in that taser. And if a couple are deployed, if something is deployed into a winter coat and it doesn't activate, then you could fire again. And the system is smart technology where it will detect which probe is active, and it will actually deliver the proper jolt, I guess we could say, in that type of situation. So the technology is increased so much. And it's just, but on that flip side, so every officer will be trained. It also has virtual training that we'll have with these tasers. So they have the opportunity to train virtually, and then every officer will be trained, licensed, and supported under that plan. And this is a 5-year opportunity for our department and the other two departments. So this is just, and I'm sure you know, it's so critical to have that less lethal opportunity in certain situations. So,
Other questions?
Just for my own curiosity, Sheriff, thank you for being here and testifying. I'm supportive. Isn't Taser a brand name? Is there other types of apparatus that do the same thing? I thought Taser was like a Kleenex or something.
So this is that is, to my knowledge, this is the only industry that provides that service to law enforcement, to my knowledge. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I'm just curious about the 3 departments. So are they going to be divided up, the 36 tasers divided up between the 3, or is there going to be like a central location they can all go and get them when they need them, or however?
No, ma'am. Each department in this request will get a certain amount of tasers based on the officers that are assigned to each department. So, and I don't have off the top of my list, but Albion will receive a set of tasers that they will keep at Albion Public Safety. Marshall the same, and then our department the same, based on the amount of officers assigned to those departments.
Okay, very good.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rep Kuhn, you're up next. Troy School District and the Smith Middle School entrance roadway and traffic improvements.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee, for the hours and hours you have dedicated to doing this, being the face of openness and transparency, which is such an important policy for our state today and going forward. This is a safety issue that has to do with assuring better traffic flow, emergency access for first responders, separating out pedestrians, students, and community members from traffic flow. Currently, there is a entrance, but it's in the middle of a neighborhood, lots of buses and cars and kids mixing there, and it's creates a lot of congestion, a lot of issues with regard to safety. So that's basically what it's about, and certainly happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Rep Robinson?
So could you lay this out, Representative Kuhn? This is just a kind of like in front of the school? Could you give us a visual of what that would be like?
Sure. Currently the school's in the neighborhood, but the goal here is to have a separate driveway that goes directly over to Livernois Road, which is a major road. And so that way they avoid all the congestion in the neighborhood and go directly into the school property from Livernois, and have a new traffic light on Livernois to enhance crossing from the neighborhoods west of Livernois to the neighborhoods east of Livernois. And I forgot to mention that the vast majority of this project has been paid for by bond money afforded by the citizens of the school district.
Certainly help the traffic situation, I hope.
I'm sorry?
It would certainly help the traffic situation over there.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, yeah, your question or your response about the bond was, kind of goes to my question as far as the school district finding funds elsewhere, before coming to the state.
Yes.
So they bonded out for that. Okay. Okay, very good.
Thank
All
you
right.
again.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Rep. Leitner with the National Kidney Foundation of Michigan and the CKD Prevention and Awareness Campaign funding. Hello, thanks for being here.
Good evening, Chairwoman Jenkins-Arno. Thank you for inviting me to speak today on the budget request that Rep. Leitner submitted to the Labor and Economic Opportunity Committee for the National Kidney Foundation of Michigan. Dave Biswa is her legislative director. Rep. Leitner's request for funding is $1.4 million. It's $950,000 plus the $450,000 in the supplemental that did not go in the that was not passed in the last budget. And just to let you know, this has a 90-10 federal match. So the $1.4 million actually gets $14 million total, which is $12.6 million in federal funding. This initiative is dedicated to transforming kidney care and chronic kidney disease, which is CKD, prevention across the state, bringing together partners and setting up a statewide advisory committee. The MOHUD, the third initiative, based upon former Senator MOHUD, is focused on working with the provider community, collecting and analyzing critical data, education, community members, and raising awareness of CKD. Over 33% of Michigan residents are at risk for developing CKD due to high blood pressure, diabetes, or obesity. CKD costs the state about $3.9 billion annually, with the average Medicaid treatment cost of a CKD patient is around $22,860. This is about 6 times the cost of the average non-CKD annual patient of $3,511. There are more than 16,000 Michigan residents that are on dialysis, with another 2,000 waiting a kidney transplant. Today I have with me Rick Murdoch, who is a consultant for the National Kidney Foundation of Michigan. And Rick, would you like to add anything?
No. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to just say a few words on this. The Kidney Project, Chronic Kidney Disease Prevention, is one that is demonstrably effective, both cost-effective and improving quality of life. David mentioned that we know that the total expenditure just in Medicaid is over $3.9 billion. That's with a B. Each year, and that's based on 2022 data. I suspect it's over $4 billion by now. We know we can return on investment by screening, identifying folks who have chronic kidney disease early, and doing both medical and pharmaceutical management. That cost is what David referenced, around $3,000 a year, versus the dialysis or kidney transplant. And that's where we get our 6 to even greater return on investment. So we can do that. The project is one that involves a lot of partners across the state. It's not just the Kidney Foundation staff itself. It's through relationships with the Michigan Primary Care Association and the various federally qualified health centers, Michigan Rural Health Center, through their clinics, the different tribal health units across the state, different health systems, Authority Health, Henry Ford Health System, U of M, Corewell, to identify a few. It's a project that it's been supported by the state. I want to say we're going on 17 years now, but it really got a big bounce in early 2022, 23, when we did receive federal funds, and with that we constructed a database, data dashboard, and we're able to capture the entire Medicaid database. We're one of 3 organizations that can do that, and that allows us to identify areas of the state by population, by gender, by condition, whether or not they have been screened or not screened for kidney disease, and we can identify those counties that are in need of additional assistance. So rather than just a shotgun approach, we can begin to target how to move our resources. And I think the data to date has been very good in terms of showing the effectiveness. So the ask is to be able to continue that, and we think it's a good investment for the state.
Okay, very good. Questions? So, I guess the question for me is it just to your program to have it keep going, the services, or is it for equipment or upgrading things like that, or?
It's to continue the programs and expand the programs and the reach. Now that we know those counties and areas of the state that have greater need, we want to work with partners that can reach, and also recruit what we call community health workers, who are very good at identifying and working with those individuals, and they can bring them in for screening and handle the referrals that go on. So yes, it'd be expanding what we have.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Good. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank
you
you.
guys coming in, staying around so long. Okay, next we have Rep. Smith with the new Foster Care, Inc., an apartment complex construction for young adults aging out of foster care.
Hello, I'm Rep. Smith's Legislative Director, here to testify on her behalf for the apartment complex construction for the new foster care. This project will redevelop the former Plaza Hotel in Southfield, which is the most blighted site in Oakland County, into living spaces for youth aging out of foster care. It is the largest investment for youth aging out of foster care in the history of our country, and will include 275 units, 60,000 square feet of community center, and 30,000 square feet of offices. I would like to introduce Chris Yutuma, founder and board president of the new foster care. He is joining us over Zoom and would like me to share a short video about this project. He will be able to answer any questions the members may have afterwards.
One day, I always thought that one day things would be different. One day I would choose my future path. But the older I got, the further away my dreams seemed to be. When I was 9, I wanted to be a veterinarian. Now, at 19, I just want a roof over my head. Everyone tells me what I need to do. No one taught me how to do it. I'm aging out of foster care, completely unprepared for adulthood, and alone to navigate the next chapter of my life. I promised myself I'd be different than my mom. As I get older, it seems I'm going down the same path. I'm told that as we age out of foster care, 1 in 4 of us will have PTSD, 2 times the rate of war veterans. 1 in 2 do not graduate high school. 1 in 2 are unemployed. 1 in 3 experience homelessness. 1 in 4 will be incarcerated. And 1 in 4 will have a child by age 21, repeating the cycle that brought me here. But that doesn't have to be my story. One day could be today. The new foster care envisions a future where every young person with experience in foster care can transition into adulthood. equipped with the skills needed to lead a meaningful life. Their intensive program helps youth like me by creating a vision for our future and empowers us on our journey to independence. Through this, lives have been transformed, breaking the cycle one by one. And now, the new foster care has an opportunity to make the largest investment for youth aging out of foster care in the history of our country. A reimagining of supportive housing that will further expand the ability to transform lives by providing a community that offers nearly 300 apartments. The addition of this development not only provides stable housing for those who need it most, they're also increasing the impact of their program by creating a more effective way to meet our needs, enabling us to break free from a cycle we didn't choose. Nearly 600 young adults like me age out of foster care each year in Michigan. Together, we can help make one day become today. Go to thenewfostercare.org to learn more.
Thank you very much. Questions? Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Has anything like this been done before? Could you speak on
in
that?
the country?
State or the country, sure.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'll let you answer. Go ahead.
Well, so there's a fair amount in the state and country of smaller variations of this, typically homes or maybe 10 or 12 person projects. Bishop Ellis is currently working on a project in Detroit, which I think is around 75 units. That's under construction. There's a project in California. It's not targeted towards. It's a large apartment building. One floor is dedicated towards youth age out of foster care. So there's different models. Nothing to this scope and size in the country, but there are different models that we definitely looked at.
I'm just, it looks almost like a massive hotel. What kind of structure is going to be inside the building other than the individual rooms?
So there's 60,000 square feet of, it was a hotel. It was the Plaza Hotel. We just, when we sat down on this journey, we actually convened a task force of local experts and actually consulted national experts because there was a lot of things we want to be very mindful of with how to best impact this community. And the 60,000 feet, so there was the original lobby, which in ballroom and restaurant and everything that was in the hotel. We're turning that all into community center space. We believe that'll be very impactful for this population, but also for the surrounding community. And then the top 30,000 feet will be office space, which will be generating above market rent, which will help subsidize the cost of the project. So, and the units, we looked at really a variety of options, really every, I think, possible option of buying existing apartment building, converting office space to apartment, tiny houses, et cetera. And we feel like this project is just a perfect fit because, the 400 square foot studio may seem small to most of us, but if you live alone, right, you're an 18-year-old, 19-year-old youth that has unfortunately been sleeping in their car or best case scenario, couch surfing at other people, obviously that 400 square foot studio feels like a mansion. So, and then we also have 1 and 2 bedroom units as well, where we combine the existing rooms. But we hope to have a green roof. We hope to have solar panel charging, for solar panels. I mean, we really want it to be a beautiful project, but it was a former hotel that'll be converted to an apartment building.
Thank you. My next question is there going to be rent, or is this going to be rent? How is this going to, and how will that work? And how do you determine what the cost?
No, it's a great question. The federal government puts out vouchers called FYI, Fostering Youth Independence vouchers, which it's directed towards housing vouchers that are directed towards this population. So we tend to use those vouchers. There are actually plenty of them available, and even with all the cuts at the federal level, this administration's added money for this population. So there's plenty of those vouchers available. But also, yes, we would For those that wouldn't qualify for vouchers because they're making more than the vouchers would allow, they would be paying rent. So there will be a mix of rent and vouchers. We actually have been working with Oakland County around for non-congregate shelter, so we can take youth in that are in a crisis situation where we don't have to go through the paperwork of getting the lease approved and the background check and everything else. So the whole idea of the project is continuum of care, where we can take them in as a shelter, subsidized rent or voucher rent, subsidized or even market rent. And frankly, maybe they move through that continuum as they work through our program. It should be noted, I think, an important point to note, and hopefully was captured in the video, is we're currently serving this population now. So we're currently administering this program. We've been doing that since 2017. And the exact program we've been doing now is since 2020. It's an evidence-informed program that is used in other parts of the country as well. So it's a program we're currently utilizing, and we're expanding to having our own housing development.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Appreciate your guys' work. I know it's been a long day and a long week. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much. All right. Last but not least, Rep. Van Workum with National Council for Dementia Minds, General Programming Support.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the distinguished members of the committee. Decided to come up front here because I had two big guys blocking me from the microphone for a couple hours here. But I appreciate the opportunity to speak on the request for the National Council of Dementia Minds. The funding would be used to implement some key recommendations that came out of a comprehensive statewide 2024 report, Transforming Life with Dementia. This report identified a significant lack of available resources in the first year after diagnosis and for early onset patients, which is a growing population in the state. This funding will allow National Council of Dementia Minds to fill some of the gaps that exist by creating practical resources for newly diagnosed individuals, providing education and support for families, and building peer connections that help people stay in their homes and communities longer. These steps will improve lives while also reducing long-term care costs for the state. Thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you. Questions? Nope. All right. So I'm just going to ask the same question I ask everybody else on sustainability. So this is a program, it's going towards the program of that. Do they?
This will start up a lot of those key recommendations in the report, which we believe is critical. And a key component here is we have a very large behavioral health budget, Medicaid budget. So the goal here is to demonstrate to the state that there's ways to do this and reduce those costs.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. And with that, let's see, where's my paperwork? Oh. Oh, we don't have to say, no, everybody's here. With that, we are adjourned.